Ну чё, погнали искать их.
To the Vale it is then.
Looks like you've got a thirst.
But enough talk. How about we...
Fancy a peek behind the veil, my lord?
I'm looking for a Layla.
You found one.
Шли.
So,
Привет, Егор.
will your friends be joining
Спасибо.
in? Or just watching?
We're not here for your services. We simply want to talk.
What you do with your time is up to you.
Мы не в
The
поисках
price is
твоих
still the
услуг.
same.
Ох уж эти проститутки.
We're here about the letter.
Oh. Oh, sorry. I suppose you'll be wanting to know who wrote it then.
Among other things.
Look, I'm just the messenger here. There's only so much I can tell you.
Specifically.
A location, north of town, on the shore of Feist Bay. There you'll find a tent, and the woman who can answer your questions.
And that's all. Nothing else.
Actually, one thing. There's more than flowers in the meadows these days. So keep that sword of yours to hand. Few venture into Royal Meadows anymore.
Does anyone else think it's strange that this woman should prefer to keep to the outskirts of town?
What if she realizes the value of the information she's party to?
And the danger it puts her in.
Come on. Run like the wind. The tent is where Layla said it would be.
Yes, but who awaits us inside?
It's empty. Why am I not surprised?
А, вон лодка. И чё, мы сейчас поплывем на остров?
A boat. No prizes for guessing who that belongs to. The embers are still warm.
So you're Sid.
I suppose I must be. Which means you have me at a disadvantage.
Apologies. I am Shula, tributary of Mysidia, final haven of the Moats of Water.
The moats of water.
The very tribe into which it was believed Leviathan's dominant was born. A people notable for their sapphire eyes and ivory hair. Yes, that would be impossible, since the tribe famously...
Vanished. Was exterminated. Despite the best efforts of both church and state, we are still very much alive. Though we've managed to keep that fact hidden from good Grieger's faithful for over a century.
Along with Leviathan's dominant.
That wave out there. What do you know of it?
The surge. Only that it's been there a long time.
О, так это про тот кристалл,
Since the
они.
fall of Drake's Eye almost a century ago. Some claim the two are connected, but none can speak with any
А я-то
certainty.
думал, что это за херь такая?
So in other words, you know nothing. Not that I'll hold it against you. The wave was raised by Leviathan in an act of rage. Moments before the waters were stayed, and the icon and its dominant bound within.
And you want us to?
Rescue him. Yes. You see, a little bird told me about a certain outlaw with a singular knack for putting unruly dominants in their place. And ours is about as unruly as they get. For years, we've searched for someone who could hold their own against an icon. Someone just like you. So what do you say? Will you help us?
А то есть выбор.
What exactly did your dominant do to warrant this punishment?
What did he do? He committed the greatest crime one of his kind can. He was born. But he deserves a better fate than the one my people forced upon him. He deserves to be free.
As do we all. Very well. Far-fetched though your tale may seem, something tells me you speak in earnest. So we will do what we can for your dominant. But first, you will tell us everything you know about him and the means of his imprisonment.
I can do better than that. I can show you. Care to take a trip across the bay? My people await you there.
Lead the way.
Поплыли на другой берег, что ли? Стоп, так там же все мором засрато, да? Ладно.
All right, you might want to hold on to something. We're coming up on the wall, and passing through can take a bit of getting used to.
I don't see any wall.
Of course you don't. That's the point. It's a glamour woven by our ancestors to keep our village hidden from prying eyes. But don't take my word for it. Watch.
That was worse than a slug of Bacchus wine.
Clive, the sky.
It's blue, but how is that possible?
You do know what a glamour is, don't you? Ours just happens to work both ways, and a good thing too. I wouldn't fancy staring at those sickly clouds every day.
Смертает.
And that concludes our little voyage. We're here. It's a long slog to the village, and a hard one. I hope you're up for a climb.
Конечно, любим.
Finally.
What? You didn't think we'd arrived, did you? The village isn't up here. It's on the other side of the mountain.
Of course it is.
Ох ты, тут обелиски, да? Так это целый контент.
Watch yourself, Sid. This path can be treacherous. If not for the sheer drop, then for the beasts who prowl it.
Thank you for the warning. And please,
Красота,
call me
ебать.
Clive. Sid is an alias.
You will be pleased to learn, Lady Shula, that I have no such aliases.
Is that so, Lord Margrace?
It's all the same to me. I was wondering when they'd pick up our scent.
Stand back. We'll handle this.
Oh, will you now? Shall I keep my axe and spells to myself then?
Травились.
Earlier you mentioned spells, yet I see you carry no crystals.
Since when did a bearer ever need crystals?
But then, where is your brand?
Waiting for me in Sunbreck, if I ever get careless.
And it's in for a long wait. It's over.
We're almost at the summit. From there, you'll have a better view of our home. Few have ever set eyes on what I'm about to show you. Just so you know.
This is not what I expected.
Welcome, my friends, to
Мистидия.
Mysidia.
О, так такое же название одной из локаций второй части. Северные стороны.
It's been a long time since I saw the North looking so
Alive. How
I'm
is...
sure you have plenty of questions, but it's been a long journey, and I expect we could all do with a rest. Our humble village is only a short way from here, if you'd care to accompany me. Let's get ourselves in front of a fire, and I'll tell you everything you need to know.
А вон и деревня, да?
It's beautiful, Shula.
And we aim to keep it that way.
Антилопа.
Are those stones glowing?
That's one of the cairns which maintain the glamour. Steer well clear.
If the surge was an act of rage,
One wonders what prompted it.
could we not have spared ourselves the mountain crossing by landing further north?
In clear view of the bay?
Почему здесь нельзя призвать амброзию-то? В чем прикол?
On evening tides.
Does morning's light return?
Это типа такое кодовое слово.
The tributary is home.
Эван. Небеса.
Outsiders? Well, I never.
Look at the size of that dog.
All right now, back to your duties. You'll have to forgive my people their curiosity. We don't get many visitors. Or any, truth be told.
Then we are honored to be the first.
This is quite extraordinary. Like stepping into another world.
So do you believe me now?
You've made it difficult not to, my lady. But how did your people chance to settle here in the north? Unless I am much mistaken, the moats of water long called the coasts of southern Ash their home. Until Drake's Horn fell and the Blight forced them ever inland, where...
We met our doom, along with our dominant. I see you've read the Gregorian Church's account, but perhaps you'd like to hear ours. That building over there is the Witten Hall. It's where my people gather to discuss matters of import. We can speak more inside, once the place is ready to receive you. It shouldn't take long, but you're welcome to explore the village while I see to things.
Thank you. We'll do just that.
That'll be them then. Don't look like much.
Плащ черный. Надо же, так удивляются. Он кусается.
Welcome to Haven. The tributary awaits you within the...
So what do you think of our little haven in the woods? It might not have all the comforts of a southern settlement, but at least it's ours.
And there's a lot to be said for that. It can't have been easy keeping this place a secret.
Not easy, no. We've dedicated our lives to maintaining the glamour that conceals us. Us and Walyas.
This man, Walyas, is he Leviathan's dominant?
That's right. Though he's no man, Walyas is still a baby.
A baby?
Forgive me, but you said that the Dominant and his icon were bound inside the Surge almost a century ago. That would surely make him older still.
It would, if he'd been allowed to age. But the spell robbed the poor bairn of even that.
I'm sorry.
Walyas was the son of my great-grandfather. Leviathan awoke within him almost immediately. But instead of allowing the lad to live out his life as a valued member of the community, my ancestors sought to put his power to other uses. Sadly for them, the Icon sensed their treachery and summoned a wave so large it would have swallowed the entire village if my ancestors hadn't stopped him.
Then it is not the Surge that binds the child, but time itself.
Yes.
Forgive me. I'm still not sure I understand.
I'm not surprised. It isn't the easiest thing to explain. Which is why it might be better if I took you to see him. Show you exactly what he has to endure.
That is why we came.
Then let us be off. There's a road that leads north from the village. It'll take us right into the Surge.
Are you bound for the Wave, tributary?
We are, Delina. Have you spread the word about our guests?
I have. Everyone knows to treat them as family.
You shouldn't have any trouble now, but just in case, I would have you accept this symbol of our people.
Опять получен бесконечный поток от Шуя.
That's very kind. I look forward to meeting the family.
The feeling's mutual.
Should the tributary be indisposed, feel free to ask me any questions you might have regarding the village, and I'll do my best to answer.
Thank you. We will.
Then I bid you good tide.
Our storehouse lies across the bridge. If you're short of supply...
You are Sid, aren't you? The man the tributary told us about? I wonder if you could help me.
With what exactly?
Oh, nothing too troublesome. Do you know my husband, Pavat? He's the village smith, among other things. Anyway, his name day's not far off, and I wanted to make a gift for him. He's a craftsman, you see, and he's been fretting about running low on the flowers he uses for dye making, so I wondered if you might collect some for me and give them to him.
Would this gift not be better coming from you?
Perhaps, but it can't, for reasons I can't go into. Please, I know it sounds daft, but I'd be ever so grateful.
Fine. Which flowers does your husband need?
The sweet little blue ones that grow around the fount. Elder's blessings, they're called. We use them to dye our fabrics so we always feel close to water like they are. You don't need to go to the trouble of picking them yourself, though. Just speak to the field hands and ask them to share their harvest with you. 2 basketfuls should be enough for my husband to be getting on with.
2 basketfuls it is.
Ух ты. Целых 3 квеста.
I'm not arguing.
Excuse me. I wonder, might you be able to spare a basket of Elder's blessings? Pavard's wife tasked me with collecting some for her husband, and suggested that I speak to you.
Ah. Werda wants you to bless her better half with the fruits of our labour, does she? Go on then. Give the old fool something to squirm about.
I'm sorry.
Ah, don't worry about it. An old fool Pavard may be, but if you come bearing gifts, he's not fool enough to turn you away.
I'm glad to hear it. Thank you.
Ah, welcome to Haven, friend.
Thank you. Forgive my presumptuousness, but the smith's wife has asked me to make her husband a present of some Elder's blessings. 2 basketfuls, to be precise.
Well, I have 1, if that's any help.
It is. I'm much obliged. They really are beautiful.
Aren't they just? Though that's not the only reason they have a special place in our hearts. Legend has it that when our people fled from Ash, the tributary of the time took some seeds with them. And as they wandered high and low across the Twins, he'd plant them wherever they stopped for water. Every elder since has done the same. So when we finally put down roots here in Mysidia, the flowers did too.
Well, that's 2 basketfuls. Time to visit Pavard.
What do you want?
Your wife asked me to bring you these flowers.
That woman. Come out. I know you're there.
Who? Me?
Would either of you care to explain what's going on?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just, my husband can be a bit standoffish at times, and I thought this might be a good way for the 2 of you to get acquainted. What with you being a swordsman like, and him being the only smith in the village. It'd be a shame if you couldn't turn to him for help.
The only reason he couldn't turn to me for help is because I had my hands full with all the orders you lot dumped on me. I'm pretty much done with them now, though. But, for the record, the tributary said that we were to lend you outsiders our aid, and that's exactly what I was planning to do. With or without my darling wife's meddling. Still, here we are. Acquainted. So, if there's out you need, just bring us the materials, all right?
All right.
All right, then. And tar for the flowers. I was running low.
You use them for dyeing, I hear.
Aye. Crush the petals and it makes a fine and lasting blue. We use it to stain the cloth for our tunics and pennons. To remind us where we come from, like.
as motes of water. Children of the sea.
That's right. The pattern too was left by our ancestors. The Ceaseless Rill, it's called. It symbolizes the river of our tribe, with the strength of Leviathan running through it. And no matter how that river has ebbed and flowed, changed its course, the flowers have always been with us, growing on our banks. I should get back to work. If you need something crafting, let me know.
I will. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Wasn't it just?
Это они так прощаются. Важен не подарок, а внимание. Наверное. Кузнечный город.
What is it you want?
А чё у него мечи-то такие беспонтовые? В чем смысл тогда от этого чувака, если он говно всякое делает? Короче, мусорщик какой-то, блядь.
Till next time, then.
Oh, I'll have her hide when she gets back. Oh, sorry. I was leagues away. How can I help you? If you're after something from the storehouse, it's actually my wife you'll want to talk to. She will have to charge you for the goods, though. Not that we'd fleece you or anything. It's just, you know, needs must.
I understand.
Saying that, she might not be able to get anything down for you for a bit.
Ah, right.
She's got her hands full with the inventory, you see. It should have been my daughter's job, really, but the willful little rills decided to make herself scarce. Ah, the heavens only know where that girl's got to.
If you'd like me to keep an eye out for her.
Oh, no. I couldn't ask that of an outsider. Could I? You wouldn't mind?
Ну ладно.
Of course not.
Первый полноценный квест.
She won't have gone far, will she?
I hope not. But I've scoured the entire village for her, come up empty-handed. Can't help thinking she might have gone on another one of her little adventures.
Ah, a free spirit is she?
Aye, that she is. Can't get her to sit still, especially once she heard you lot were on your way. Outsiders! You should have seen her little eyes light up. Oh, if she wanted to watch you arrive, she'd have made for the low gate where you first came in. The guard there might have spotted her. Maybe you could ask him. Ruka, her name is.
All right. I'll let you know if I find her. Try not to worry.
Так это назад надо, да?
Excuse me. You haven't seen the storekeeper's daughter, have you?
Little Ruka? I have, as it happens. She went out through the gate not long ago.
Out of the village? Alone?
Aye, she does it all the time. There's a path off to the left which leads down to the river. Nice little spot, that. And safe as you like. The beasts of the mountain don't dare come so close to the village. That's where she'll be. Go and have a look if you don't believe me.
I will.
О, так недалеко же.
This must be the path.
Ну, почти по пути.
here, Eve. It's you! I've been looking everywhere for you.
You must be Rooker.
You know my name? Can you lot read minds?
Your father asked me to keep an eye out for you. You left without telling him where you were going. He was worried.
But I went to look for you.
Well, now you found me. What do you say we head back to the village and let your father know you're safe?
All right. And on the way home, you can tell me all about the world beyond the wall. I want to know everything.
Everything might be a stretch.
Thank you for bringing her home. And sorry for the trouble.
Oh, no. It was a pleasure.
Daddy, did you know that there are villages 10 times as big as Haven in the outside world? 10 times! Cities, they call them. And in these cities, they have great big walls and towers and castles.
Oh, to think I was worried. You can tell me all about the outside world later, Sweet Pea. Now go and help your mum with the stores.
All right.
Thanks for putting up with her questions. She, has a lot of them. One of the big ones being, what are the people beyond the wall like? Reckon you've made a good first impression.
Are we the only ones she's ever met?
That you are. The rest of the world can't know we're here, so we'll have to be very careful who we're letting in and out. A few of us might make the occasional trip to shore for supplies, but for the most part, we make do with what we've got, including what the old Northerners left us.
Yes. You built on top of the old ruins, didn't you?
Well, they make for fine foundations. Their masons clearly knew what they were doing. That's one thing we don't have to worry about. Oh, it's everything else that's the problem. Medicines, metals for tool making, anything like that. We have to dress up as traveling merchants and make a trip to the outside and pray to every cloud in the heavens that nobody sees through us.
Which explains why you need Gil.
Aye. And now Rook is back, my wife should be free to assist you with any potential purchases. So please, do make good use of our stores, because we fully intend to make good use of your coin.
I'll be sure to keep my purse strings loose.
Барыга местный.
It's a pity nothing but the foundations were left standing. A whole storehouse made of stone would make it a lot easier to keep our supplies in good nick.
Thanks for bringing me daughter back. I don't grudge her looking for adventure, but she's got to pull her weight like the rest of us. Anyway, now we've got the inventory done, I can attend to my own tasks, like seeing to our visitors' needs. So, was the route you wanted? I will have to charge you.
Какое смену? Хуя себе ценник, 8 штук. Да вы чё, охуели что ли? Ну зато ленточка есть.
Here you are. Well, if you're sure you need it. Anything else? Here, we can use that.
$50 000, нихуя себе.
This is all we can pay. Anything else? This is all we can pay. Hey, we can use that. This is all we can pay. Anything else? This is all we can pay. Hey, we can use that. This is all we can pay. Hey, we can use that. Anything else? Hey, we can use that. This is all we can pay. Hey, we can use that. Anything else? This is all we can pay. Hey, we can use that. Anything else?
Блин, я так
Then it
могу
makes
все
you good
мелодии
tide.
скупить в
What do you
мире.
think the tributary sees and knows outside?
How long do you think this bridge has been standing?
Suddenly, there were curves everywhere, look.
О, они тоже чокоба выращивают.
Did you hear that, girl?
Off to the surge, are you? Well, just you stay close to the tributary. Don't want you getting lost in the forest.
There's a pair of ships just up ahead.
Ships? But are we not still leagues from the shore?
I doubt she could even reach me here.
Сильно можно драться, да? Блин, ну вот почему здесь Амброзию нельзя вызвать? Типа это все потому, что они ее типа не взяли или чё? А здесь что там такие? Ну что ничего. Мы сейчас направо, наверное, пойдем.
The quickest route to the surge is due east, past the second galley.
Shula, how did these ships come to be here?
What do you imagine happens when an icon of water gets angry?
Really, brother? Did you have to ask?
О, это Торнбери! Окей.
Tonberries. Foul creatures consumed by their hatred for everyone and everything.
Everything save sharp knives, it seems.
Блин, ну они какие-то слабаки. Даже ваншота билки нет. опыта. Ну, я так скоро 50-м уровнем стану.
I can smell the sea.
It's not far now.
How will we reach the surge?
We'll follow the coastline north. There's a bridge that'll take us across to the cape.
Might I inquire about the ray of light?
It's what prevents the surge from being reclaimed by the sea. And Dwalius by his people.
А это что такое? Это что, черепаха? Ай, мы далеко оказались. Что за
You
граната
said before
муза?
that the child is bound within the surge. But you've yet to tell us how we're meant to reach him. I trust we won't have to hold our breath.
No. The surge wraps around the cape without engulfing it. If we continue to its tip, there is a path down to the seabed. And the wave's origin.
All right. It won't be the first dominant we've met at the bottom of the ocean.
О, привет, Роман. Так, и чё? Сразу в основное место, да? Эван, залив. Погнали, зыбь. Ну ты тут разве что несколько красивых пейзажей пропустил, Роман. А, и Тонбери, да, появился. Точнее, появились. Но они, походу, здесь не ваншотают. Нет такой способности. Там их было 4, я их зафигачил. Но они очень сильно отличаются здесь в плане дизайна. Да вот, приплыл на другой континент, и, судя по всему, здесь, наверное,
It's
будут
not much further
спайды.
now.
The path seems well kept. Do you and the villagers often come this way?
Only me. Once every new moon without fail. It is my duty both as village elder and Walius's descendant.
But surely no one blames you for what happened. Why should you bear the responsibility alone?
You misunderstand. I do it because I want to. To show him that he isn't alone, and that there are still some of us who would see an end to his suffering. Suffering you will soon witness with your own eyes. The forest grows quickly here. Left unattended, the path would be reclaimed in a matter of moons.
Это типа он заморозил время, что ли? А кто замораживает время?
Does the light
Левиафан
point
это
the way
же,
to the
по
child?
сути, доминант воды.
It does indeed.
Хуя себе. Красотища.
Look at all the droplets of water suspended in midair.
Where they have remained untouched by time for 80 summers.
It's not right.
No. It's not.
There. Up ahead.
Еще один кратер.
Down in the center.
Ну, до этого тоже
Ами.
горная тропинка была красивой. Ну, в самом начале. Так это в таком самом малом возрасте родился доминант, еще и заморозился.
He's still primed.
I'll never forget my first priming. The fear. And I was old enough to understand what was happening. One can only imagine how this poor child felt.
He is the victim of an unforgivable sin. Committed by people who saw him as nothing but a means to an end. He must be so frightened.
Then I'll ease his burden.
You don't mean...
I'm not going to hurt him. Contrary to the tales, I don't go around killing dominants for no reason. What if I told you there was a way to remove Wallis's icon?
I tell you, you were a madman.
It's hard to believe, I know. But it can be done. Though, it isn't without its risks. Part of the icon remains no matter what.
So, it might still come to violence.
I don't know. It depends on the dominant. I've seen things end well, and I've seen things spiral out of control. But I do know one thing. If we turn our backs on this child, there will be no end to his suffering. And I think that a worse fate than the alternative. Don't you?
Very well.
Так и чё?
Do what you must. And whatever happens, I will own the consequences.
Let me bear the weight.
Это что, типа через эту сферу поглощаем его силу?
Hush now. It's going to be all right.
Is it done?
I think so. I can feel the icon inside me. But something's wrong.
Что за хуйня? Типа
He
новый
wasn't just
монстр.
afraid. He was angry. All right. Let's see what you've given me.
Так. О, сила воды, новая стойка. Змеиный крик. Так, это что, типа стрелка, что ли? Так, а shift. Ладно, проверим сейчас. Доступны только способности Левиафана.
Is that Leviathan?
No, just an eggy. But a formidable adversary nonetheless.
Ой, ёпта, мы стреляем. Так, а что за 100%? Заряд, что ли?
Oh, look. It has friends.
Ой, ёпта, это чё? Ебать, я не понял, конечно. О, типа бесконечный заряд. Не, ну это какой-то ганплеер из Devil May Cry. Реально напоминает ганплеер из Devil May Cry. Ну это, короче, та стойка, где мы стреляем за Данте. Там, где еще увеличивается урон от огнестрела.
Is everyone all right?
He seems calmer now.
Ну, сейчас буду бегать тогда с ней.
You said Walius was frozen in time.
Опробую, как
But he
говорится.
knew we were here. How?
I don't know. He's never reacted to anything or anyone. Until now.
The child has been bound for nigh on a century. If he has been conscious from the first, we must remove the seal at once.
It's not that simple. I wish it were, but... there's more to this tale. It would be better if I explained back at the village.
I see. Then let's return before it gets dark.
I'm sorry, Walyas. I will make this right. So, part of Leviathan is inside you now, is it? Does it hurt?
No. Not anymore, anyway.
Good. Because I still have need of your strength. If you want to know the rest, we should head to the Witten Hall.
Of course.
Погнали. Так, а чё теперь? Где эта хрень? Вместо Титана возьму Левиафана. Что тут? А, ну пока две способности, только поток. Пускай будет косая зыбь, наверное. А это Титана оставлю.
Look, Dad! Did you read that?
Что там у кузнеца такое?
The broom is your...
Да, кстати, вот это как локация местная.
Reckon my steel's just as good as any.
А, ну классно. Типа может меч тут создать. Ну пускай будет.
Flawless. A good tide to you.
Как он там выглядит-то? Смертельная волна. Ну, типа, понятно, голубенького цвета. Все-таки омега орудие помощнее на 10. Да, на 10 урона больше наносит. Там 410, а здесь просто 400.
To understand the spell which binds Walyas, you must first know who we are, and what drove my forebears to commit such an atrocity. This tapestry is our story, the one that brought us here. After generations of wandering, my people sought refuge in northeastern Storm, some 170 years ago. But in exchange for our safety, the Gregorian Church demanded we renounce our faith and branded us heretics when we could not.
To be exterminated, as a lesson to others.
And so was it chronicled in the imperial histories, for anything less would have made the Church seem weak. Yet a handful survived. The few who did fled north and west, and in doing so discovered two things that would forever shape our fates. The first was an old legend revealing how to make your very own Mother Crystal.
I've heard that one before.
Yes, yet it gave them new hope, however false. Our ancestors convinced themselves that they could recreate the divine if they could only find a strong enough heart. A living being capable of channeling torrents of ether. And the heavens provided.
A dominant. Well, yes.
They'd stumbled across a nostrum in an ancient ruin, which they believed could provoke
Был
a
там,
sudden
короче, нужно
outpouring
было
of a creature's ether.
просто девочку
They meant to
одного
enrage
торгаша
his
найти в деревне. Ну и, собственно, сразу доступен
Leviathan would
торговец
have
стал.
destroyed everything, had our people not made their second important discovery. A means to stop time itself.
Where did they find that? The Northerners had no such magics, or they would have used them.
When our ancestors first arrived, the land was uninhabited, save for an old witch who lived on the highest peak. Her body had been consumed by the curse, a cruel payment for her long years of service to the Northern Thanes. So desperate were they to prevent the fall of Drake's Eye, they'd forced her to devise a spell to stop time.
But Drake's Eye did fall.
It did. When she finally perfected the necessary magics, it was already too late. As punishment for her failure, the Thanes exiled her to this forsaken place to live out the few days she had left. Knowing her suffering, our ancestors cared for her as best they could, and in return, she gifted them her spell. That even though she should die, her legacy might live on. So armed with both the knowledge of the ancients and the secrets of time, our ancestors settled upon an ambitious plan. They would
Ну,
create
я так
a
понимаю,
new
здесь еще и
mother
будут
crystal,
монстры на
and
карте, потому
enchanted
что карта
that it
там
might
вроде бы
endure
как
for
не
all
маленькая
eternity.
открылась.
Thus would our people's wandering, our suffering, finally end, and prosperity visit us once more. And all it would require was the sacrifice of a single child. A small price to pay, or so they believed.
Another victim of man's blind reliance on the mother crystals. So we know the seal source. How do we break it and restore the flow of time?
Do you recall the dome of light on top of the cliffs to the west? Inside lie the ruins of an old temple. It was there that the witch built the Vare, a conduit of sorts that channels her remaining ether into the surge. But it's been a long time since anyone set foot in the place. And now there are others who claim it as their own.
Then we shall go prepared for a fight. That said, it may be best if one of us stays behind.
You think the village could be in danger?
We saw the ether flow from Wallius in all directions, but only encountered a single familiar. There will be more. And should even one make its way here, I doubt the walls could hold it back for long.
Then I shall stay. The Phoenix will see your people safe, tributary.
You have my thanks.
Very well. We should depart at once. I fear time may no longer be a luxury we can afford.
А вот и
The
Сайд
Vare is not
появился. Ой, ебать, не первый, а... Раз, два, три, четыре.
Easy to find. We must first head north, and then west, deeper into the forest.
Ну ладно, возьму их, чё. Если все по пути, то почему бы и не сделать?
My lord, may I speak? There is a matter with which I would beg your aid.
Of course, what is it?
Please, not so loud.
Something serious then.
Yes. I think we might have company. I was passing by the low gate when I saw a figure moving among the trees up on the cloak. At first, I thought it must have been you or your brother, so I didn't say anything, but the more I think about it, the more certain I am that the figure looked familiar.
And you're sure it wasn't one of the other villagers?
Positive. I think it was someone from outside the wall who has found his way inside. Of course, it could just be my imagination playing tricks on me. I only caught a fleeting glimpse, and it might have been you or your brother. But if it is who I think it is, we cannot allow him to leave now that he knows we're here. Would you go and see? He won't try to hurt you, believe me. Given what lurks in the forest, the only one likely to get hurt is him.
Да, наверное, ну посмотрим,
Very
сколько
well.
я буду проходить ее.
Whether the man you saw is who you believe him to be or not, we need to know. It may yet be someone else entirely. Someone who means your people, or my people, harm.
Perhaps. Just promise me that if you do find someone up there...
Don't worry. I won't draw my sword unless I need to.
Thank you.
Yamila, this man you saw, might he be the customer you told me of?
I fear so.
The customer?
I'll explain later. Come on.
А где это? А, внизу. Ну давайте-ка всех возьмем. Чё, Джош остается тут?
No sign of the child.
Just try to breathe.
Панет.
That's it.
Is everything all right?
Ah, you're the outsider. I'm Fanet, healer by trade. And this is Talor, one of my patients. He took ill not long after you arrived.
Nothing too serious, I hope.
I hope so too, but
But
this affliction, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. He complains of feeling chilled to the bone, but there's no fever to go with it. And my most powerful antalgic hasn't done a thing to ease the pain in his chest. I'm starting to wonder if his condition might require a different kind of treatment altogether. Shula said that you were here to help us. You couldn't help me, could you?
I'd be happy to. If I can.
You can, don't worry. All I need you to do is speak to Talor's son, Pavat, over at the forge, and ask if he knows what his father was up to before he came down sick. Something must have caused this, and I want to find out what. The trouble is, Talor's too weak to speak, and I can't leave his side for long. So while you talk to Pavat, I'll pay his wife word a quick visit, just in case she knows anything.
All right.
Я чего он подцепил такое?
Oh, do you need something?
I do, though not from the forge. Fanet asked me to speak with you. She's looking into the cause of your father's illness and wondered if you could shed any light on the matter.
I see. Sorry. She shouldn't have dragged you into this.
It's no trouble, really. Tell me, did your father do anything out of the ordinary before he fell ill?
Not that I know of. But then I hardly see him. He's always out and about, like. Well, at least he was. Suppose he might have been a bit more fidgety than usual, but apart from that...
When you say out and about, where does he usually go?
Just round the village. Wanders over to Blazier's place most days. He's a fisher who lives on the other side of the fount. They're old friends.
И что, сейчас надо идти...
Maybe he knows something I don't.
Maybe. I'll go and speak with him.
А, поболтать. Ну ладно, поболтать. Испорчу им тут цветы слегка.
Greetings, stranger. What can I do for you?
Your name is Blazir, is it not? Pavard tells me you're a friend of his father's, and that the two of you may have spent some time together prior to his illness.
His illness? Talor's never been ill a day in his life. I don't know why he'd start now.
Oh, Fanny doesn't know either. It was she who asked me to look into his recent behavior on the off chance it might explain how his condition arose.
Oh, I suppose there was something that struck me as a bit odd. He kept asking about the woods. Did you see anything strange on your way back from the shore? Are you certain? Do you swear? That kind of thing. I didn't, of course. But he wouldn't let it go. It was like he was expecting something to happen. It was just a matter of when. Not that I know what. But he never told me anyway.
Well, that certainly does sound unusual. And it might just be what Fanet is looking for. Thank you.
Ah, don't mention it. Oh, and when you say Talor, wish him the best from me, yeah?
Let's see what the healer makes of this.
А тут чё... Ну окей, 150 метров. Блин, ну почему вроде ее нельзя призвать? Я, конечно, понимаю, что мы на корабле приплыли на другой континент, но... Как хреново.
Bottle. Breath of the Arbor. Perfume from Sambrag. Looks expensive too.
Who's there? Stop!
Ну и чё это за хуй был?
Hang on! I'm coming!
Насекомые, да?
Don't eat me! I'll give you gut rot, I swear!
Stand back. I'll handle this.
Ну это прям как дробовик стреляет. Больно стреляет. Но недалеко стреляет. Отлично. Прилично за эту хуйню опыта дали.
Are you all right?
I'm more than all right. I'm saved! Oh, I could kiss you!
Maybe you should introduce yourself first.
Hervey! I knew it was you. What are you doing here?
I came to see you. Oh, my little canary, it's been so long.
Thank you for saving him.
Ну да, на этом континенте красивые пейзажи. Я когда вначале шел тут по тропе, прям любовался.
One of many clients from my employment beyond the wall.
One of many clients? We spoke every night of our plans together. whispered songs of love into each
Шептали друг
other's
другу на
ears.
ухо слова любви.
And then you upped and vanished without so much as a word.
I left you a note, didn't I? I told you I was sorry, but that we could never be together. That I could never abandon my family. And I told you not to look for me. How did you even find this place, anyway?
The flame of your love was as a beacon in the night that guided me to you.
Ебать,
Hervé.
хватит, это что за Ромео такое?
I was walking by the coast near Northreach when I saw a lady who looked like you. Eyes like the ocean. Hair like the driven snow. The next moment, she and her companions were jumping in a skiff and sailing out towards the wave. So I, borrowed the nearest boat and started rowing.
It must have been Shula bringing us here. So what? You rowed, found a nose how many leagues across the bay, simply because you saw a woman with white hair.
And as I did, the skies changed from a dull and hopeless grey to a bright and benevolent blue. That was when I knew for certain that my little canary was close.
Говорит канарейка,
why did you
а перевели
call?
как пташка.
You should have forgotten me, as I tried to forget you. I cannot leave my people, Hervé. And now that you know about this place, neither can you. We must return to Haven and accept my family's judgment.
I'm to meet your family. Oh, my little canary.
Да уж, забавный он.
Please, come and see me later. You did as I asked, and you must be rewarded for it. But first, follow me, Hervé.
To the end of the world and beyond.
Да уж.
You should never have found this place. How could I be so careless?
Don't blame yourself.
Ну, хорошо, что здесь спрыгнуть
I doubt
нельзя.
anything could have kept that man away.
А, тут сундук.
Forgive me.
There's nothing to forgive. You two met at the Vale, I take it.
When I worked there, yes. To earn the coin that my people need to survive. Though Mysidia is our sanctuary, there are certain necessities that it cannot provide. And for that reason, some of us seek employment beyond the wall. Yet few are the opportunities for followers of a strange faith in a strange land.
And so you supported your family as best you could.
I did. And I have never regretted it for a moment. I found a second family in the Vale. And in the Dame, a second mother. I also found Hervé. But our love could never be. I knew that if I revealed my secret to him, I would be putting my people in danger. But that if I did not, I would be living a lie, unable to return home.
What will happen to him now?
Since our people settled in Mysidia, uninvited visitors have been few and far between, but not unknown. Explorers, survivors of shipwrecks, none lasted long.
I see.
That was before my time, you understand? I've never had to make a decision like this before. Yamila, know that I do not blame you for any of this. It was me who decided to make the trip to shore. Me, who exposed our secret. This was my mistake, and I shall bear the responsibility.
Thank you, tributary. I only beg you to remember that Hervé means us no ill will. He's just a fool. A fool who loves me.
Дурак, у которого
I will
шишка
take that
стоит.
into consideration. But yours is not the only voice I must listen to. The whole family must be consulted, and it may take time for me to arrive at my decision. I hope you understand.
Of course, tributary. However long it takes. Come what may, I thank you, my lord, for bringing us back together.
Ну и ладно. Незваный гость. Нормально, 5600 дали.
I spoke with Werder, but she couldn't tell me anything. Did you have any better luck?
Nothing conclusive. But there was one thing. Lazir, the fisherman, told me that Talor had taken a sudden interest in the forest of late. He kept asking him if he'd seen anything unusual there on his way back from the coast, but never let on what exactly he was expecting him to have seen.
The forest. Between here and the coast. Surely not. But then... I can't say for sure. But I think Talor's illness might have some connection to the Tombres. You may have encountered them during your time here. The small, scaly beastmen.
And you think they may have caused Talor's illness?
I do. At least in a way. And if I'm right, it's no wonder the treatments I've been trying didn't work.
Неужели
I know
придется
it's a
сейчас
lot to
сразиться
ask,
с
but would you go
Томбери?
down into Father's Fell for me? There's an altar there. And if my fears are true, an offering upon it.
What is going on here?
Please. I'll explain everything when you return, but time flows fast. I beg you, make haste for Father's Fell and take the offering from the altar. Talor's life may depend on it.
Very well.
А где это? А, это впереди, ну, пойду оттуда. Я думаю, не умрет, пока он...
Bastard things.
Томбери, блин.
Oh, I never should have let him go alone. Ty, take me, what am I gonna do?
You've got to help me. Shula said you were a force to be reckoned with. Are you?
Why do you ask?
Eh? Oh, sorry. I should explain. My name's Kitav. I'm worried about a friend of mine. He went into the forest and he hasn't come back. Would you help me find him?
Попробуем.
I can try. Tell me what I need to know.
Of course. You know about the glamour our ancestors cast to keep this place hidden, right?
Shula told us about it, yes.
Right. So you know the cairns we use to maintain the spell? Well, it's me and my friend's job to maintain them. If it weren't for the likes of us, it would have faded years ago.
So your friend went into the forest to visit one of these cairns?
Aye, that's right. He said he was going down to Father's Fell. There are two cairns out that way, one by the banks of the Swift Run, and another near the Winged Wains, the, ships in the forest.
All right. How will I know this friend of yours?
His name's Nassef. He's about my height, but clean-shaven.
Нассер.
If you could track him down and see that he's come to no harm, I'd be much obliged. I'll search the village, just in case anyone's seen him, and meet you back here.
Very well. One cairn by the ships. Another by the river. Better get moving.
Hail, stranger. Are you a rider by any chance?
Ну имя.
I am. What gave me away?
Oh, I can smell it on you. The scent of the stables.
And not just any stables. Something tells me you've never been one to ride half-starved birds with chine-gall and wet beak. If I had a guess, I'd say your bird eats only the finest greens and has her feathers groomed twice a day with a curl hairbrush.
Nothing but the best for my Ambrosia.
Ambrosia, eh? Pretty name. What's she like?
Well, she's tall and strong. And her feathers are as white as snow.
You're joking. You've got a white chocobo.
I have, yes. I suppose they are rather rare.
This I've got to see. Can you bring her here?
I would if I could, but I doubt Shula's skiff could hold her.
Me dad's got a boat. And he's ferried chocobos before. You could get him to bring her. It'd be perfect timing and all. He's preparing for a trip beyond the wall as we speak. I'm sure he'd help you if you asked.
He would. Well, I don't
Стоп, а
suppose
если
it would
привезти
hurt to
Амброзию
have
сюда,
Ambrosia.
я могу на ней здесь бегать?
All right then. Where could I find your father?
He'll be in the storehouse on the other side of the brook. Tell him Manda
Если
sent
так
you.
можно, то круто. А то не хочется пешком здесь бегать всю игру. Где твой рыч?
Bastard things.
Like this, Nan.
You one of the outsiders, then?
I am. Shula invited me. Are you Manda's father?
I am. Got you running errands for her already, has she?
She's asked to see my chocobo, but I'd need your help and your boat to bring her here.
Or you could just say no. Honestly, that girl and her birds, she'll be growing feathers soon enough.
Well, truth be told, I didn't take the idea seriously at first. But thinking about it, it would make it easier to get around if I had Ambrosia
Ну
here.
понятно. Короче, этот сайд-квест нужен как раз для того, чтобы я бегал
If
тут на
you're sure
Амброзии.
that's what you want. The tributary says we're to treat you lot as we would each other. So, if you need me to ferry your bird
Ну, это
over,
лучше, чем
then
пешкодрапом
that's what I'll do.
хуярить по всей карте.
Still, they don't take the water easily. I'll need you to bring us a mimic gourd or two to keep her calm on the journey over.
And where would I find one of those?
Oh, don't ask me. It's been years since I last brought a chocobo across the bay, and I'm told the world's changed a fair bit since then. Where do you usually get your stable supplies from?
Well, the man who made Ambrosia's tack lived in Martha's Rest, and if I remember correctly, he traded in chocobo feed too. So I suppose I'll go and ask him.
I'll be sailing over to Northreach soon to pick up some supplies. While I do that, you collect your bird and your gourd, and then meet me by the shore. Just don't take too long, all right?
Так, и чё? Ёпта, ну нихера себе. Мне вернуться надо, получается, на континент.
We've got a few rooms going spare, Nine. You want a bed for the night? Speak to Martha.
I remember you. You're the one who saved Whiteheart. How's the old girl doing?
She's very well. Thank you.
Oh, don't thank me. You're the one who saved her. Anyway, what brings you to the rest today?
I was hoping to purchase a mimit gourd. And I thought you might be able to tell me where I could find one.
Oh, reckon I could do better than that. Just so happens, I've got a whole carload of the blasted things. Not a buyer in sight.
Really?
Aye, you'd be doing me a favor taking a few off my hands before they turn to mush. But just be on the lookout for wild birds, eh? Don't want them chasing after you like they did me.
I will. And thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Any friend of Whiteheart is a friend of mine. And in times like these, friends have got to stick together.
We certainly do. Northreach, then. Wouldn't want to keep Anders' father waiting.
Northreach. А у этого торговца остались хотя бы ленточки.
What are you after?
Я все купил, да?
At all.
Ладно. Northreach.
Welcome, welcome.
О, 50 тысяч стоит лента.
I do like a customer who knows what he wants. An excellent choice. You've a keen eye. An excellent choice. Come back again.
Ой, ёпта, блять, ну вот почему там нет камня телепорта, а?
And now might I help the garrison today?
Ладно, пешка дракон.
Looks like you've got first.
Haven't seen any of those beastly blue eyes.
Do be careful.
I will.
No use calling Ambrosia now.
Faster! Faster! А вон и лодка его, да? Ну, поплыли.
Ah, there you are. And this must be Ambrosia, was it? Oh, she's a real beauty, isn't she?
I have the mimic or two. Here.
Thank you kindly. Soon as she's gobbled this up, we'll set sail.
We're going to take a little trip across the bay now, Ambrosia. Don't worry. You'll be all right.
Прелесть. Да, то не особо хочется бегать по этому острову пешком.
You did and all.
Ну, можно считать полезным.
She is as white as snow. You're beautiful, aren't you, girl?
Brave, too. She was calm as you like on the journey over. The mimic gourd will have played its part, of course, but passing through the walls enough to spook most birds even then. Not this one, though.
Ambrosia's been through a lot. I doubt there's much that could unnerve her now.
Not with a beloved master by her side.
No. It's you who looks after me, isn't it, girl?
Anyway, thanks for bringing her here. I hope I can breed a bird like her someday.
And if you and Ambrosia need ferrying back to Northreach, you only need say the word.
Thank you. But I think we might explore Mysidia together. What do you say, Ambrosia?
Этой девке просто нужно было показать белого чукоба. Призвать амброзию в Мессидии. Угу. Все, пока. Так, это что там 5 точек, да? А, нет, не 5, 3. В принципе, не так далеко.
Before, we turned east at the shipwrecks to reach the coast. Now we must head in the opposite direction.
Left it is then.
Так, это сюда.
That'll do, girl.
А что, в этот проход
If there's
типа
one
не
thing I
могут
know
зайти?
about beastmen, is that they love to hide in the dark.
Ну и кто тут? По-любому Тонбери сейчас будет. Я почти уверен в этом. А, вот они, толпа, да? А, 5 их. Типа как рыболюды. Ну да, здесь изменили их дизайн. Их, вон, плавники им сделали вместо, получается, хвоста.
What are they up to?
У них еще лапы отличаются
Some
здесь.
sort of ritual.
Но ножик остался на месте, я смотрю. Да, они больше на рыбу здесь похожи. Получается, голова характерная черта, фонарик и ножик остались. Остальное прям изменили. Так, что, блин, очково проходить мимо. Ну-ка, сейчас снизу. Тонбери рубака. Блин, надо было проверить этот нож, он ваншотает или не ваншотает тут у них.
Let's see what's on this altar then. A silver chain.
Серебряная цепочка.
I doubt the Tomberries made it. This must be what Fennec was talking about.
Фанет, ну пока не буду возвращаться, пойду дальше сайды. На следующем сайд-квесте телепортируюсь назад. Ну да, в этой зоне, получается, нельзя призвать амброзию. Типа зона сайд-квеста.
Come on. Well, here's the cairn.
Ничего.
But no sign of Nasef. To the riverbank, then.
Не особо понятная информация. Так, а нам вон туда, да, влево надо. Темные врата какие-то.
have we here?
А, вон чувак сидит. А здесь что, осколок телепорта, да?
You deserve a rest.
Здесь много дают за всяких крабов опыта. 1500 дали за 2 бомжей, по сути.
I'm looking for a man named Nassef.
Aye, I know him. Takes care of the cans. Wait, you didn't think I was him, did you? Sorry, mate, I'm just out to gym myself a few ibexes. What do you want with the lad, anyway?
His friend, Katav, asked me to look for him. Apparently he ventured out to work on one of these cairns and didn't return.
Well, that is a worry.
You're a hunter, yes? You must know the woods as well as anyone. Can you think where he might have gone?
There's a bridge further down the path. Blasted thing got washed away a few moons back. Our carpenter only recently had time to rebuild it. But if I remember rightly, there is another cairn on the far side. Maybe he decided to visit that one while he was here.
Maybe. It's worth a look, certainly. Thank you.
Don't mention it. I'll keep an eye out too. Perhaps he just got delayed or something.
Let's hope so.
Так все-таки туда прямо надо, да? Ну ладно, пойдем туда.
Faster!
Ох, ёпта, тут целый круг можно сделать.
This must be the bridge the hunter was talking about.
Stay away, damn you!
А где?
Hold on!
А, вон он. Это что за липкая залупа?
Farewell.
1000 опыта всего лишь. Блин, да за тех 2 скорпионов и то больше дали.
Oh, thank you.
I'm the tributary's guest. And you must be Nassef.
I am? But how do you know that?
Your friend Katav asked me to look for you when you didn't return.
Ah, I'm sorry. I was so focused on attuning the cairn, I didn't see those creatures come until it was too late.
How exactly do they work?
Oh, there are crystals inside. They're what keeps the glamour going. Should the ether cease to flow through too many of them, our shroud would quickly unravel. It's my job to make sure that doesn't happen.
And an important job it is. But you'll struggle to do it if you're dead. You need to take more care.
Yeah, no arguments there. The truth is, me and Katav usually work together, watching each other's backs like. But when we heard outsiders were coming, we split up to get the job done faster so things would be perfect for your arrival. Stupid, I know.
So you found him then?
Not before the local fauna did. My arrival seemed to put them off their dinner.
Mustn't have been hungry after all. Expect you'll be wanting someone to escort you back to the village then, Nasef. Woods are full of nasties today.
When you're next in Haven, be sure to come and see us. You saved my life. It's only right I repair you.
If you insist. Take care now.
I thought I'd lost you.
But you saw...
Thank you. Nasef told me everything. If you hadn't got there when you did...
Oh, it doesn't bear thinking about.
All that matters is that you're safe. Far be it from me to tell you how to do your jobs, but don't go alone again.
Or if we have to, maybe we should think about casting the glamour on ourselves to keep the wildlife from spotting us. It'd take its toll, of course, but it'd beat letting the cairns fall and having to weave the entire spell from scratch. Imagine if we had to do that.
I'd rather not. Would only succeed in adding 2 new piles of stone to the collection.
Your bearers?
That we are, thank the tides. The others can't attune to the crystals in the cairns the same way we can. I reckon this place would be doomed without us.
So, you do this work for the good of your people?
Ну, они
Not
без
because...
татуировок, потому что в деревне
We're forced to.
живут.
No. From what I've heard of the way things work on the outside, we were truly blessed that our reign fell here in Mysidia. Our people are few enough as it is. If we started turning on each other, kin against kin, over nothing but a stupid accident of birth, our days would be numbered.
They would.
Anyway, all's well that ends well, eh? Thanks to you, both of us lived to keep this place hidden another day.
$7200. Так, а этот, где он тут? Планет. Да. Уже этот медальончик. Это получается, что, на этого деда порчу наклали?
You're back. Well, did you find anything?
На, цепочка, да.
I did. This silver chain.
I knew it.
Well, I'm still none the wiser.
Forgive me. This chain. It's a Gregorian Maternoster.
Worn by men of the faith. What's it doing here? And why would the Tomberries be praying to it?
To understand that, you need to understand what the Tomberries are. They feed on hatred and suffering. And some say that if you render them an offering, some token of grievance against your fellow man, they will put a curse upon him.
So you think someone's put a Tombury curse on Talor?
I can't say for sure. Truth be told, I always assumed it was an old wives' tale. But given his fear of the forest and the presence of the chain on the altar, I don't know what else to think.
Does Talor have any enemies in the village? Anyone who would nurse such a grudge?
No. No, I believe the one who left the chain at the altar was Talor himself.
I beg your pardon.
But there's more to the tale, you see. It's said that if you attempt to curse a soul that has returned to the sea already, your ire has nowhere to go but back to its source.
You're saying he cursed himself?
In trying to curse another, aye.
When my father was younger, he was one of the few permitted to venture beyond the wall on trading expeditions. He told us that when he journeyed to Sanbreque, he'd wear that chain to disguise his true beliefs, lest Griega's faithful turn their cudgels on him.
Did they ever catch him in his deception? Might that explain the ill will he bears someone?
Not that he ever told me.
Come now. Let's not waste time speculating about Talor's past. We need to focus on the present, and that means finding a way to break the curse.
All right. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know.
Thank you. I shall.
Aye, and thanks for going to all this trouble. Here, it's not much, but
Что-то мне подсказывает,
I want you to have
что
this.
цепочка квестов с
We
этими
call it an
чуваками
Adderstone.
продолжится позже.
It's a gatherer's charm. Reacts to certain rare
Чуть
minerals
как-то
we use in
незаконченным,
crafting. Makes
судя
them
по
ring
диалогу,
out like a bell.
ощущается.
Stuff you'd have no chance of spotting otherwise. If you find anything, see that you bring it back to me. I can make you some decent gear with it. If you're interested, like.
I am, thank you.
50 часов.
And I'll be sure to pay you a visit. Until then, I wish your father a swift
я,
recovery.
по-моему, в 15-ю часть даже столько не наиграл. Ну, по крайней мере, версия для ПК. Так, эскиз змеиного кольца, гадючий камень. Да? А, что в сети? Так, эскизы змеиных колец. Это что мне? Надо кого-то убить, что ли, на карте, чтобы реагент добыть? Змеиные кольца. А, ну это все для способности Левиафана. Все ясно. Ладно, идем по сюжету уже. А то что-то я задержался в этом говне.
Come on.
There's a large gate up ahead, and beyond it, a cluster of ancient ruins. The temple, or the Air of Powers, as my people call it, can only be reached by passing through them.
А, нет, над водой.
The forest is crawling with life, most of it hungry, which is why we make sure this gate stays shut.
And why you carry that impressive-looking axe, I presume.
Noticed her, have you?
Let's go.
61 час наиграл. Ну еще прибавь 22 часа с PS4 у Левиафана. Но это та версия, которая изначальная была, без всех DLC и без всех патчей. Ну, пятнашку, грубо говоря, я дважды прошел. Первый раз кастрированную версию, второй раз вот нормальную в Стиме. Так, а что тут за развилка такая?
Are these the ruins?
Yes. As far as we can tell, they're part of the same complex as the temple itself.
To think of all the people who must once have lived here.
А чё, ну, прогуляемся, не знаю, сюда, что ли? Хотя, может, в тупик лучше зайти, что ли? Смертоносец, но это обычный скорпион. О, а это что за хуй там такой? Блин, какие-то противники в колокольной игре. Ай, сбил скотина. Блин, сколько время потратил зря.
Faster.
Там даже сундука не было.
These remind me of home.
You're from the north, then?
Yes. And no.
I see.
Еще один? Да, пошел нахер. Не буду я с тобой драться.
Do you see that cave up ahead? Whoever lived here carved a flight of stairs into the stone within.
Away to the top.
And whatever it is that awaits us there.
Ну, я смотрю, уже 5 точек соприкосновения на этом острове есть.
There. The temple that time forgot.
Какая сфера. Ну, прям как будто из Крейзиса сбежала. Святилище времени, Мессидия.
And the Varys inside.
Yes. You can see the spell's path from the nave.
What is it?
I I don't know. It's probably nothing.
Forgive me, but why build the Vare here?
The spell was originally meant to be cast on Drake's Eye, and this was the only place with an unbroken line of sight.
Ух ты, вода прям волна идет. Слушайте, они постарались над задниками. Ну да, и даже в конце видно движется водопад. Ну, не водопад, а река.
The Tonberries like to think these ruins are their own.
They look none too pleased to see us.
Что там еще респаунились? Ну да, церковь, короче, это... Оставили ее здесь.
While our numbers dwindle, theirs seem only to increase, as if they were feeding off our suffering.
Да, не на протяжении месяца, я уже почти, ну, по сути, в самом конце. Не осталось в основной игре последняя миссия. Сейчас я в Домисе нахожусь. Это чё? О, блядь, король Тонбери, да? Ну, они прям здесь реально отличаются в этой части, я смотрю. О, какой у него ножик. У них только лицо узнаваемое, ну и нож с фонарем, и все. А, Тонбери мастер.
You're more than welcome to ask.
когда вот эту стойку делает Клайв, напоминает прям анимацию Данте с дробовиком, да. Причем он даже, ну так же прямо руку держит.
Aye, well, if the forest's taught me anything, is that there's always something worse.
Don't get surrounded.
Прям так можно стрелять просто. Опять перл. Ты ёбаный. Гачи мастер, да? Серьезно, идея.
Get him! Он прям как заноза в заднице был.
Is that the nave?
Just inside the dome, yes. But it's what's out here that worries me.
Судя по всему, сейчас будет босс. Это какая-то арена большая. Ящерица опять, что ли? И судя по всему, это водяная ящерица, да? Были же в основной игре две ящерицы. Это как-то лениво слегка. всей карте.
We'll
А, нет, она по-другому курсом. Ёпта, направо, говно всё. Вот серуня. Так, а как ее убить? Легкая оказалась эта ящерица. Так, а что тут отражение молнии? Да, я уже просто, блин, с подобными ящерицами дрался. Что там, в начале в лесу, где я с Сидом бегал. Потом, когда к Эмрану шли, была ящерица, лавой рыгала. И вот ядовитая какая-то хуйня. По сути, 3 раза с одним и тем же боссом, с минимальными, ну, с минимальной разницей, да?
Another of my ancestors' sins. Shall we? The blue veil shows the extent of the spell's reach.
But I can feel its ether from here.
Shula, wait. Before we cross the threshold, I'd like to know a little more about how these magics work. I assume we'll be safe from their influence.
We won't grind to a halt, if that's what you mean. The spell only affects the things that were present at the moment it was cast.
Нормально. То есть, получается, время останавливается, когда прокастовали, а в остальное время можно спокойно ходить.
But if we can enter, that means other things can as well.
Like the ones we saw on the way here.
And worse, probably.
Is this Leviathan's doing?
Well, it certainly wasn't ours. When he realized my ancestors were attempting to cast a spell from here, he made to destroy the temple.
And almost did by the looks of it.
Хочу здесь на проход такой. Мы идем здесь тогда. Ледяные бомбы.
cold in here.
Я все 50 уровня. А надеюсь, он не максимальный тут. А, тут, наверное, скорее всего, до 100 уровней. Да, скорее всего, до 100 будет идти уровень. Ну и ладно. Можно зарубить, да?
Imagine what this place must have been like before the attack.
This would have been a hall of worship. There was something similar in my father's keep. The priests would deliver their sermons from the dais.
Your father?
Это место, но мы сверху теперь. А вот и гачу-мастер, данжен-мастер.
Just let us pass. It's all right. We'll get through this. time then.
The fair.
А вот и стол, да? Интересно, сейчас будет еще босс-файт?
It's just as I thought.
Jill, does this ether not feel somehow?
Familiar, yes. I sensed it the moment we arrived, though I wasn't sure until now.
Там просто арена
You can feel
длинная.
it too, can't you, Clive? She's calling us.
You don't mean the witch?
I do. Though she was more than that. Much more. She was a dominant. A dominant who once commanded the icon that now resides in both me and Clive.
Of course. I don't know why I didn't see it. Who else would have the power to freeze time?
None other than Shiva herself. But for her ether to endure after all these years, it's almost as if...
Ну да, кто бы мог подумать, что будет
As if-
иначе, да?
She shared it with another, just as Torgal shared in my ice.
Новый гачист. Ну, такого раньше не было, да. О, какой меч у него.
Shiva's companion. Though something tells me he's not as friendly as us.
Our ancestors never warned us about this.
I wasn't left here for that. I doubt they even knew it existed.
Хронотраф, наверное, на английском Timekeeper.
Why won't it yield?
Вторая фаза.
Because it would sooner die than fail its mistress.
leaves us no choice. All yours, Torgal.
Ух ты, ёпта, он заметил время. Понятно, для чего. Молотком ударить. Ну и что было? Вот, опять. Чё? Эй! Ага, арсенал промазал. Ой, ёпта, всё оборвал. Чё? Мимо. Опять. Вечный порядок. Ёпта, это как у Виталика способность. Клинки такие. Понятно, он еще зоны замедлением времени оставляет. Серьезный мужчина, он прям постоянно промо делает. Готов. Так, сколько там? 6000? Что-то как-то мало за него дали. Зато вот аксессуар для этого, для Левиафана дали.
Now let's destroy it and put an end to this.
Wait. The spell must be weakened, not undone.
Isn't that what we came here for?
Did you ever stop to wonder what might happen to the tidal surge if I unraveled the whole spell at once? I didn't think so. This is going to require a bit more finesse. From wind and light, water and earth.
Ну, вот когда я больше половины хп снес ему, он прям часто начал эти замедления времени юзать. То есть вторая фаза прям серьезная. Там одни уклонения пришлось юзать.
Let me help. Let us help.
Так, а где там Левиафан-то? Вот за ним пришли.
Almost.
Did it work?
I think so. The thread connecting this place to the child should be broken. Meaning Walyas should finally be...
Free once more.
Свободен. О, ультима.
Leviathan, our most profaned fragment. Its divinity defiled by the hand of man. Its spirit shackled by his hubris, till Mythos came, bringing release. Now, let the sins of man be redeemed by the hand of the servant of God.
Карает. Походу сейчас с Левиафаном придется драться.
Damn it.
It's happening, isn't it?
It is.
What is? What's going on?
Precisely what we feared. Leviathan is out of control.
Кажется, сейчас будет эпик.
This isn't over yet. You should head back to the village and get everyone to higher ground. As for the rest, Ifrit will handle.
Еще следующая зона, да, доступна. Так, сейчас отойду буквально на минуту отлить и продолжим. продолжим. Зыбь. Интересно, а Левиафан, так, мыс нефта, цунами будет тут юзать? Это же его суперспособность цунами из предыдущих игр.
After 80 years of imprisonment, I'd be angry too. But I can't let it end like this, Wallius. It's time for you to come home.
Я себе насрал. Ух ты. А волны-то идут, но почему-то вот эта штука остановилась. Настроенность Левиафана. Сейчас снаряжение. А, вот, цунами. У меня уже есть цунами. Неплохо цунами снесло. Эдди. Интересное имя, конечно.
All right. I heard you the first time.
I'm not here to hurt you, Wallius!
That was too close.
Надо двигаться.
Come on then.
No more hiding.
Warriors!
Красавчик. Только крылышки у него красненькие, да? Такой темно-красный оттенок.
This isn't what I wanted! I only hope you can forgive me.
Начнется эпик. Прям в зубах находится. Ой, ёпта, квикаем. Погнали. Ёпта, чё прям вот так начало? Блять, ну это неожиданно было. Даже не понял, что это было. Ну и где он? Блять, да нихуя на него по-королевски, ёпта. А что так много он сносит? Блять, да что ж такое? этой хуйни увернуться-то? Да ёбаный в рот, блядь, что происходит, сука? Чё-то я нихуя не понял, что за нахер такой, а? Блять, он с 3 ударов убивает практически. Что за прикол такой? Я даже не понял, как от этого круга-то увернуться. Опять, да, чтоб тебя... Да ёб вашу мать, блять, какого хуя он так много бросит-то? Что за прикол? просрал. Да ёлки-палки. Монетка-то. Группа. Мой персонаж еле-еле двигается. чересчур мощная, блядь, в 3 ударов убивает практически. Я сейчас точно сдохну и воскреситься. Так, это, наверное, 3-я фаза, да?
Tired, Leviathan. Stop this! I'm not here to play!
Проще сдохнуть, да, и заново начать эту фазу, потому что, ну, безделье тяжело тут будет. Это что-то, блин, я не знаю, почему он такой урон большой на первой фазе наносил. О, блин, он и здесь так наносит. Цунами? Вот оно же. Ёпта, и чё? Куда? Да, цунами это. Сильно меня накрыло. А что надо было сделать-то? Я что-то не понял. Это что за прикол, блядь, был такой? Ёпсель-мопсель, блядь.
Stop this! I'm not here to play! I said stop! This has gone on long enough!
Может, надо было как-то поднять, да ёпта. Не, наносит он очень много. Почти как Dark Souls, ёпта. Волнение морей через... Блять! Я не успеваю опять! Блять, ну одна секунда. Отлично. Я не успел. Ну да, он не уязвим. Блин, что-то я нифига не понял. А сколько дамага надо нанести, пока он в куполе? Что-то как-то странно. Походу я что-то не то кликаю. Что-то я вообще дамаг не проходил по нему практически.
Stop this! I'm not here to play!
Здесь вообще надо на время дается. Да спокойно не получать урон.
I said stop! This has gone on long enough!
Походу здесь надо на время быстро это сделать. Ну и не получая урон. время, хуйня. Ну, да. Надо поменьше дамага получить.
The village.
Village. Деревня. Ну, сейчас придется быть аккуратным. Охренеть не встать. О, прикол, блять, а.
Stop this! I'm not here to play! I said stop! This has gone on long enough!
Далеко меня откинул. Это тютелька в тютельку была. Это мультики из самого первого трейлера к этой игре. Я узнал этот трек. Как прикольно. Да, это трек из самого первого трейлера, еще в 2020 году, как вышел. Блин, ну ни хрена мало. Что-то я не понял, что такое язык.
You're just full of surprises, aren't you? Gorilla would be proud.
Да! Я всё насрал. Это чё было, блядь? А как увернуться от этой поебени-то? Она ж настолько огромная-то. Я в шоке. Что-то Dark Souls провоняет. Ладно, надо сейчас понять, как это... ж не просто так. левую сторону надо двигаться. Все понятно. Не вправо, а влево.
Valius! Valius! How long can you keep this up?
Да, ну, короче, вот эти кругляшки прыжком уворачиваемся, а остальные обычным уворотом. Вроде понял паттерны его. Придется прыгать постоянно. Иначе никак.
Well, you're just full of surprises, aren't you? Garuda will be proud.
Это пиздец. А как это засосало-то? Мне не выжить уже. Бляха-муха, да чтоб его, а? Ну это, походу, самый сильный доминант, раз уж я... Сколько уже? 5 раз тут сдох. могу понять, как эта способность вообще работает. Почему я от нее не могу увернуться? Может, от нее только прыгать? Хотя бы так меньше не я их Нихуя себе! Это что было? Охренеть, луч какой огромный! Жесткий ты парень, Левиафан. Бьет. Цунами юзает. А как тут, блядь, я должен сейчас?
If that's what you want. You've had your fun, Leviathan. This time, you will learn to flee!
Ебать, это Бэби. Какая-то ядерная бомба. О, какой шарик. Да, это прям максимум наслаждения было. Частица воды. Охуеть не встать. Да, в зрелищные скворцы, конечно, умеют. Музыка, конечно, мое почтение. Оркестр мощный. Бэйби очухался.
Now that was quite a tantrum.
Еще какую закатил истерику.
Clive, where is he? Well, yes.
He's adorable.
He is now. But did you see him a few moments ago?
Clive,
Я подключил Steam. Что это было?
I don't know how to thank.
It's all right. We should find him a dry blanket, though. Wouldn't want the little monster catching a cold.
Роман, а нормально сейчас стрим идет? Напиши что-нибудь. Что у меня такое сейчас выскочило? Как будто отключение интернета произошло. Нет подключения к стиму. Блядь, что за хуйня опять? Роман, напиши что-нибудь. Нормально все или говно? Блин, не хотелось, чтобы опять все это прервалось.
There. He's finally
окей.
asleep.
Блин, ну что-то у меня
The
с
poor thing had
интернетом
a
не
long
то.
day.
That makes two of us. So, what happens now?
Now? Now, we make things right.
How?
By providing Walyas what he was denied. A place to learn and grow. A family to love and protect him. So that one day, when the wounds in his heart and mind have finally healed, he might decide for himself how he'd like to live the rest of his life. But until then, I'll stay by his side, come what may.
Then he's a lucky boy. And not only because he'll have the best warrior this side of the belt to teach him the battle axe.
She'll do her best.
Shula. The beast that threatened your home is tamed. The empire that threatened your people toppled. Might it not be time to cast off your ancestors' glamour and retake your place in the Twins?
Perhaps. It's not as if we have the crystals to maintain the wall much longer. But are we truly safe? Is the world truly ready to accept us for who we are and what we believe? If I remember rightly, you and yours still choose to remain hidden, do you not?
We do.
Well, your people will always be welcome in Haven, regardless.
As will yours in the hideaway. We're allies now. If there's anything you need from us, supplies, food, equipment, do not hesitate to ask.
It's kind of you to offer. But we'll manage, just as we always have. Besides, I suspect you'll be needing everything at your disposal if you're going to save the world.
Ну ничего, можешь предложить-то.
I fear much of it is past saving. The best we can do is strive to turn what's left into a world where we can all live as equals.
A noble endeavor. And there'll be a place in this world for us, will there? For Walyas.
For everyone. I swear it.
Then we shall be waiting. Until the tides bear you back to shore.
Ну, получается, все тут пройдено, да? Наверное, сайды сейчас по-любому появятся. Так, что, вывеска Хевена. А это в комнате Клайва размещается. Серебряный пеннинг. Ценный предмет можно продать.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Well, yes. Only time will tell.
But I can certainly think of worse places to spend one's childhood. The Moats of Water are a fine people, and they will take good care of him.
Up by the Ver, Ultima spoke to me. She called Leviathan his most profaned fragment, and told me to redeem the sins that had laid him low.
Is that so? The sins of Wallius's ancestors were grave indeed. To force him to prime at so tender an age.
And to freeze him in time, that he might never know what it was to live.
Yet I doubt either of those crimes was the source of Ultima's displeasure. It was that the Icon's power had been put to another purpose than the one he intended. To him, Leviathan must have seemed an aberration.
Could that be why Ultima made no attempt to lead me to him? The fear that this profaned fragment might corrupt his vessel somehow.
Perhaps. Or perhaps he simply deemed Leviathan surplus to requirements. Having concluded that his vessel might be made to serve his purposes without the full sum of his power.
His purposes. There's no escaping them. Even here. Hidden away in Mysidia, the blessing of the crystals proved nothing but a prison. A prison into which Wallius was born, and from which freedom is hard won. If the world doesn't change, if we don't change it, he'll end up suffering the same fate as every dominant who came before him.
Then we must change it.
That we must.
То есть Ультиме, получается, было насрать на этого Левиафана, поэтому он оказался в DLC. О, ну тут раз, два, три, 4 сайд-квеста. Ну, 4, ладно, не 10 хотя бы. Ладно, сделаю, чему.
My lord, might I have a moment of your time? I would beg of you a service.
Certainly. What is it?
It's a long story. But before we get to that, would I be right in thinking Lady Shula told you about the witch from the north?
Yes. She said that your ancestors found her here, and that it was she who taught them the spell to stop time. She was like Wallius, you know. A dominant. The Warden of Ice.
My great-grandmother suspected as much. She cared for the poor woman when the end was near. And it was she whose duty became to attend her grave. A duty that was passed down to me.
I see. And the service you would beg of me?
Well, until recently, the path to the grave had long been blocked by a fallen tree.
Ну, почти
But when our
прошел,
woodsmen
да.
finally found time
Сейчас
to move
выполню
it,
эти 4
we quickly
сайда, и
realized it
уже,
might have been
наверное,
better had they
100%
not.
будет пройдено. Я ж
In
там еще
trying to
не
clear
всю
the rest of the
карту-то
path, you
открыл,
see,
на самом
we
деле.
discovered that a flock of bloodthirsty beasts had claimed the cliffs beyond.
Может, какой-нибудь монстр тут
None of
появится
us was a match for them. But you, my lord, have proven your strength many times over. Would you drive them away for us?
Прогнать каких-то животных.
Of course. I'll see the path is made safe.
Thank you, my lord. The grave is in a place called Witch Drop. To reach it, one must turn left at the Winged Wains, then follow the path around to the
Что-то я
right,
долго,
deep into the
конечно,
forest.
ковырялся с Левиафаном. Но
Why
это,
so far
по
from
сути,
Haven?
самый серьезный босс, который я
It was where
встретил
she
в этой
lived.
игре.
When our ancestors
Сколько я
first
там,
came
5
to
или 6
Mysidia,
раз сдох,
they
наверное.
found her there, in an old abandoned village.
Тут прям пришлось
And it was her
запоминать каждый
heartfelt wish
паттерн
to return there in
поведения.
death. So when she passed away, my great-grandmother had a stone erected for her on the cliffs overlooking the place she once called home.
Да он даже под конец меня удивил, когда эту длинную волну пустил. Но
No
это,
time like the
судя по
present.
всему, ваншота
Left at the
вилка
ships,
его.
then round to the right, you said.
Just so. Thank you once again, my lord. I will join you at the grave anon.
Так, а что тут Шула тоже дает квест?
You wouldn't happen to have some time on your hands, would you, Clive? Only I was wondering if you might help me with something else.
Don't tell me. Another unruly dominant.
Not quite, but a dangerous foe nonetheless. It promises to be quite a hunt. Care to join me?
All right. Tell me about our quarry.
A fiendish, cold-blooded beast known as a Igre. Normally, we leave such animals well alone, and for good reason. But I have an even better reason to want its tongue.
Its tongue?
If you'll permit me, tributary, I can explain.
Certainly, Yamila.
It's been over a week since me sister gave birth to her first child, yet she still isn't back on her feet. We've tried everything to restore her spirits. Physics and nostrums, the laying on of hands and of leeches, but all to no avail. The healers tell me there's only one hope left. A broth as potent as its ingredients are perilous to procure.
It isn't only Yamila's sister who stands to benefit from this, by the way. There's her baby to think of, and Walias, too. She'd agreed to be his wet nurse, you see.
I'd be glad to help.
Thank you. Our hunters have no shortage of skill, but this task calls for more than that. And it won't be achieved through weight of numbers either. The Igre is as wary a foe as it is a deadly one. 2 hunters might catch it unawares, but any more than that, and it would pick up our scent a league away.
Then it is decided. The 2 of you will go, while Jill and I occupy ourselves here.
Perhaps we might help prepare the broth.
That would be most kind of you.
Come then, Clive. The river of time flows fast, and so must we. There's a Igre that has claimed the ruins at the foot of the mountain as its hunting ground. But as I say, they are wary creatures. We'll need suitable bait to draw it out. The flesh of a forest ibex should suffice.
To the forest, then.
Ну и чё это там? Такой серьезный монстр, что ли? И где он находится? А, все там наверху, на севере, да?
There's nothing a Igre loves more than a fat haunch of ibex.
There speaks the voice of experience. Do you hunt often?
Since I was a girl, my father would take me. Then after he returned to the sea, Yamila's father. Our families have always been close. Even if her sister wasn't Walias's wet nurse, I couldn't stand by and watch her suffer.
I think I might have found a way to break Talor's curse.
Go on.
Well, after listening to the village elders and scouring every likely-looking tome in the library, I learned that not all Tombries are the same little green menaces we know and loathe. Apparently,
Размером
a
становится
chosen few
гораздо
lived
больше других.
incredible ages and grew to many times the size of
Это
their
насколько
counterparts.
больше?
The folktales hold that it's the very eldest of
Цари
these, the
Торнбери.
Tombury kings,
Понятно.
who weave the curses,
Король Тонбери,
and that their
наверное, будет тут
magics
сейчас.
bind their victims to them, that they might continue to feed on their pain.
So if we slay the one that cast the curse, the feeding will cease.
But that was my thinking, yes. Though I doubt it'll be easy. These kings are not just bigger, they're stronger too. And if the tales are true, their followers will defend them to the death. It is a perilous proposition, in short, but it may also be Talor's only hope. What say you?
Ну, посмотрим,
I'll
что
do
там
it.
за Тонбери такой.
Even if killing this king doesn't break the curse, Mysidia will be a safer place for its removal.
Thank you.
So then, where will I find it?
That, alas, I do not know. It must have woven the curse at the altar in Father's Fell, but as to where it is now...
Fanet! You were the one asking about Tonberries, right? Because there's a whole bloody army of them out on the cloak.
What?
Армия Тонбери.
But why would they stray so far? And why now?
There's only one way to find out. I'll head up the mountain and see what's going on.
Right. Thank you. And please, be careful.
Царство боли. Наверное, на юге, да? Где? Ну да, на юг надо двигаться. Окей, вот это.
Hey, mister! Over here! Please,
Hey,
mister,
mister,
you've got to
сюда.
help us. The village is in danger, and if someone doesn't do something... you should have seen it!
Stop. Take a deep breath and tell me everything. Starting with your name.
Sorry, my name's Eirik. When you went up to the Erevalis with Miss Shula, well, I followed you.
You could have been killed.
Lady Shula told us you lot were great warriors, so I thought I'd be alright if I stayed close like. But then I lost track of you in the woods, and that's when I saw it.
Saw what?
A great, big, dripping, drooling monster. Spitting out great spouts of water it was, that were tearing up the ground and cutting down trees.
Spouts of water. I don't recall seeing anything like that in the forest.
Well, I did, and I don't ever want to see it again. You'll get rid of it, won't you?
Завалим.
All right.
Нечего делать-то.
If this creature is as terrible as you claim, it could well pose a threat to the village. I'll see what I can do.
Thanks, mister. It was over by the Swift one that I saw it.
Скорые
Maybe
реки.
it's still there.
Как и называется скорая
Then that's where I'll start
река.
my search. But this time, you're going to stay here. Understood?
I wouldn't go through those gates for 1,000 gil. Not with that thing out there. Good luck, though.
Затерянный в лесу. Так, и чё? Все квесты на севере, что ли? Хотя карта на самом деле не такая уж и большая. Но почему-то 2 прохода закрыты. В чем причина-то?
Is that the hunter?
It's you. Nasser's savior.
Are you all right? What happened?
I was tracking an ibex when a great spout of water struck me square in the back. Sent me flying all the way across the clearing.
Струя воды. Ну
Did you see
хорошо,
what
что
made
не
it?
струя мочи.
No. All I heard was a noise. An ear-splitting din.
Ебать, колотить.
Might this be the culprit? Leave him to us. You've caused enough trouble.
Now, Torgal!
Давай цунами. Цунами в основном ХП просит, да? если бы я не умирал так часто на Левиафане, наверное, я бы уже некоторые сайд-квесты выполнил бы сейчас.
Well, that wasn't too bad. Hardly a threat to the village, but you can't blame the boy for being scared.
You made that look a lot easier than it was.
Do you think that was the beast which attacked you?
That thing? Not a chance. Would have heard it coming a league away. And the blast of water that hit me was beyond anything an Archelon can manage.
Oh. A boy from the village sent me in search of a beast that could conjure such things, but...
Еще какой-то монстр в лесу.
That's it. That's the noise I heard. Sounded like it came from the ruins.
I'll go. You head back to Haven and see a healer.
Ну и кто там? Так, ну вот и вот сюда пойдем.
Run like the wind.
И чё там в реке какой-то хуй сидит? Это вот он, что ли, сейчас рыгнул? Крабик? И чё он не атакует даже?
Thanks, Gal.
А чё с ним? Посмотреть тут. А, получается, кто-то убил этого краба. И черепаху рядом убили.
Something's been busy. Whatever this creature is, it's out for blood. But it's not having ours. Stay close, Torgal. Where are you?
Let's go.
А это чё? Ой, ё-моё. Сокровище типа
safe.
местное. Движение света, крылья света. Ну а кто тут такой, а? Ну это какая-то херня. Талаус.
Another fragment of Rallius's rage. I should have known. Time to put you to bed too.
Что-то я не успелся. Я себе аркада какая. Он 53 уровня, да? Ну и понятно, почему так слабо наношу. прям как бот какой-то. Этот убит. Хорошо, что убит. 15 тысяч дали за него. Серьезная награда опыта. Чё? Водянистая пленка. О, для кузнеца это.
Fingers crossed that's the last of them.
Я тоже надеюсь, что такие больше
Either
не
way,
попадутся.
I should let Eirik know the danger is past. For now at least.
Так, ну к пацану я чуть позже подойду.
Come on.
Лучше два квеста неподалеку, а лучше так, когда телепортироваться.
Ready, go? This should be the path to Witchdrop. Hungry, Toggle.
Hungry Torgo, проголодал, торгал. Что-то обычные динозаврики.
And here's our welcoming party.
стали много повторяться вот эти противники. Ну чё особенного-то в этом, блядь, Грифоне? Я уже с такими дрался, ёпта, в основной игре.
Looks like that's the last of them.
Ну окей, Талаус, это да, действительно новый
Where's the
противник
grave?
и особенный. Ну а вот этот хуй-то, чё в нем такого-то?
Good girl. Back to the stables, girl.
Что здесь такое-то? Это памятник, что ли, кому-то? Что там написано?
This must be it.
My lord, thank you for making the path safe again.
Ise. Was that her name?
Yes. Hardly the most fitting tribute for a dominant, is it? A rough-hewn stone with naught but a given name engraved on it. But my ancestors had only been here a matter of weeks when she passed. Every day was a struggle to survive. They had neither the time nor the energy to devote to a more elaborate memorial. Yet they spared what they could to grant her wish, that even in death she might continue to watch over her home.
She lived down there then? In the ruins?
That's right. They were once the living quarters for those who served up in the temple. When the Northern Thanes sent her here to weave her spell, this was where she and her retinue stayed. There were priests, handmaidens, and a knight sworn to shield her from harm. Of course, they were all gone by the time my ancestors arrived, fled or dead in the Western Wars.
All except Ise, who remained till the end.
Ise.
Alone.
Indeed. At least, that is the story as it's been handed down in Haven. But there is an epilogue to the tale. One known only to Lady Shula and myself. Some years after Ise's passing, you see, my grandmother came here to tend the grave and found a stranger kneeling before it. A knight, dressed head to toe in plate. She asked of him who he was and whence he had come, but received no answer. The only words he spoke were, "Tell me true, whose grave is this?" So she told him of how her people had met and cared for Ise, and how she had died. His only reaction was to stare up at the air of hours in silence. Then he left, never to be seen again.
You said he was wearing plate. Was it black and gold?
Do you know something of him?
When we went up to the Air of Hours to unravel the spell, we were set upon by a shade in the shape of a knight in full plate. It manifested in front of the Vare, and in its ether, I felt Shiva, the witch.
You think this may have been the same man my great-grandmother met? Ise's knight?
I don't know. Maybe. All I can say for sure is it was intent on protecting her creation.
Or perhaps her spirit? What remained of her ether, preserved in the Vare? Perhaps his spirit too became enraveled in her spell, frozen in an eternal vigil.
Till we ended it.
If the shade you fought was Ise's knight, then ending it was the greatest gift you could have given him. Now he can return to the sea, to be with his lady once more. And if his spirit should ever return here to visit her grave, I shall ask his name, that I might carve it in the stone next to hers.
That they might be together. Once and for all.
Оружие смерти. 5600. А чё, она будет
Thank you, my
постоянно
lord,
здесь находиться?
for reuniting them.
Ну, сюда. Идris.
These will do nicely.
Просто сжег их. Ну, это слабаки, конечно.
Return to the sea, and to the clouds rise again.
О, да, черный экран, чтобы не показывать жестокость над животным.
We have our bait then. What next?
Зато
Next, we pay a
показывали,
visit
как
to the
людей
Dark Gate to
запихивали
pick some local
мечами.
weed.
Как
It'll help
интересно.
disguise our scent.
Faster! Straight home now.
Я же открывал эту дверь, делаю. Что она закрылась-то? Кто ее закрыл?
There should be a sprig or two of local weed growing somewhere around here. Look for the golden leaves.
Я же на месте. Блин, я... Где? А, вот они, да.
Is this it?
Aye, that's the stuff. Crush the leaves between your fingertips and rub them on your clothes.
If you insist. You could have warned me about the smell.
Like corruption, isn't it? We'll have an honor guard of flies before long.
Чувак, лайк теперь
But
говном
it'll stop the
воняет.
Givra from noticing us. Its nose will tell it we're nothing but a feast for worms.
I feel so much better.
We can wash it off afterwards. If there's one good thing about the Givra choosing the ruins for its hunting
Блин, да что
ground,
ж за
it's
гивер
that there's
такой?
plenty of fresh
Гивер,
water
да.
nearby.
Что там в нем особенного? Ага, здесь он.
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia. Where should we lay the bait?
Givras are creatures of habit. Look for some sign of its passing. It's sure to return to the same place sooner or later.
Marking its territory.
Something was. A curl, maybe. Careful.
Стоп, сюда.
Is that beast rigging?
Что это за хуй такой? Почему он светится зеленым?
But I assume they're too small to belong to a Givra.
You're right. They're barely big enough to belong to a Givra's breakfast.
Ну давайте завалим.
Seems like it isn't only Haven's blacksmith that has an appetite for these things. Let's go. A fresh kill.
Да чё, Керла съела?
But not a Givra's. The wounds are too clean, too small.
Straight home now.
Наверное, здесь сейчас будет файт. Уж слишком пусто здесь.
These look like a predator's tracks. You can clearly make out the claws.
But not just any claws. These belong to a Givra. There's no mistaking them. We'll lay the bait here.
Let's hope our friend is hungry. Still no sign.
Patience, Clive. Hunting's not something you can rush.
Have you stalked these beasts before?
Once. Givras are fast, so the job called for a bearer. But even with my knack, it was a close-run thing.
Not many leaders would take such risks for their people.
Says the man who battled an icon to save a boy he barely knew. It is the way of the motes of water to use what gifts we've been given for the good of all. And I gather it's your way too.
It was Sid, the man whose name I bear. He fought for his people and their future with every fiber of his being. I'm just following in his footsteps. In many ways, you remind me of him.
Me? You're confusing daring with desperation. Quiet. Something's coming.
И чё, вот я ради этой залупы так сильно усирался? Я думал, что-то
Our guest has
посерьезнее будет.
finally arrived.
Shall we greet him?
Да уж.
It'd be rude not to.
Я думал, какой-нибудь дракон, блядь, гигантский прилетит, а тут, по сути, виверна огромная.
Don't let it escape.
Fire and flame! All yours,
Так-то он крепкий, да. Да, это все, чего я достоин.
this one. Nice try.
Я ожидал что-то посерьезней, а тут какая-то поебень прилетела. Зато сколько слов-то было. Ой, да за него даже опыта копейки дали. 1350. Обычная, по сути, виверна. Только жирная. Как губка.
You weren't exaggerating when you said they were dangerous.
They're forces of
Да
nature,
не
all
особо-то и
right.
опасный был он.
And with this one's passing, the river of life has calmed.
Понтов было больше.
O roaring torrent, son of storms, may your spirit run free in the open ocean. This flesh I claim, that your gifts might rain down upon us this day, and our river flow in spate once more. Well then, let's return to the village. We must get this
Да
tongue
я
to Yamila before it spoils.
думаю, чё, сейчас довыполняю сайды. Я не знаю, завтра хотел, ну, охоту добить. Ну сколько там, 15 шлепков, ну и пойти на ультиму. Я думаю, там не сложно будет, тем более 50 уровень уже, я быстро сношу противников.
Tributary, my lord.
Сайды я сейчас добью, думаю, что там, 2 штуки осталось.
It did. Here. 1 Geaver tongue. As promised.
Oh, thank you. I shall add it to the broth at once. By your leave, tributary.
If there is anything else that we can do to help, you need only ask.
Да, я представляю, что там она такое покушать готовит.
You've already done more for my family than I can ever repay.
Just as you have, Clive, for my family. I only regret that I have nothing to offer you in return but my gratitude.
It's more than enough. Besides, I'm no less grateful to you.
For what?
For welcoming my friends and I into your midst. For showing us how your people live. For reminding me that the world we strive to create, where bearers can live alongside their fellow men in peace and comfort, is no mere fantasy.
I'd hardly call it comfort. Every day is a struggle. Though we do at least struggle together, it's true.
As must we all. I only ask that you remember the cost of using your gifts as a bearer. I know that you feel it's your duty to do whatever you can to help your people. But you have a child to think about now. And Wallis has lost enough.
I shall bear that in mind.
That's all I ask. Oh, and if there is anything else that we can do to help, well, you know.
Thank you. Truly.
Длинный язык. 9600. Так, отражение тьма. О, так это, блин, аксессуар для этого. Для Одина. О, так тут еще появился сайт. Да ёпта за ногу, они что, нескончаемые здесь?
What is it you want?
Но что он может сделать? Ну блин, даже если он его сделает, 350 урон наносит. Ну это ж хрень полная. А вот пояс, конечно, интересная вещь. И браслетики интересные. Не добраться. И что такое не добраться, а?
A good tide to you.
How many times do we have to tell...
You're back!
So? Did you find the fiend that attacked me and young Eirik here?
I did. It won't be troubling you anymore.
Yes! I knew you'd get it.
Only because you warned me of its existence. Not that you should ever have learned of its existence, but all's well that ends well, I suppose.
What was it, anyway?
A manifestation of Leviathan's power. When we visited Wallis in the Surge, he was angry and afraid. The Icon summoned these creatures for his protection. Though why one would be wandering the ruins of Riversmeet, I don't know.
Maybe it was looking for his mum. That's where she died, isn't it? The Falls.
The Falls?
Aye. When they took her baby, she threw herself off the top. We go there once a year to pay our respects. The whole village.
An Eggy is a part of its master's spirit, but Wallius wouldn't have been aware of what had happened to his mother, would he?
Well, either way, you did us a favor putting that thing to rest. Us and Wallius. Thank you.
Aye. Thanks, mister.
Потерянный в лесу 9600. Рехал. Так, вот тут, да, поблизости. Я чуть не могу понять, эти две зоны до сих пор закрыты. Что у них такого? О, опять она дает.
It has to be him.
What has to be who? If you, don't mind my asking.
It's not your asking, I mind. It's my explaining. But I don't see any other way around it.
Там по-любому должен быть жесткий царь
You
Тонбери
see,
быть.
when a baby is born here, we hold a ceremony to welcome them. The rite of immersion, we call it. But I don't know whether Wallius was ever afforded that courtesy. What is abundantly clear, though, is that my ancestors never welcomed him as one of us. And I want to change that. The problem is, the ceremony requires 3 ministrators, the baby's parents, and a witness. As tributary, the role of witness would normally fall to me, but being Wallius's closest living relative, I must play the role of mother.
So you want me to serve as witness in your stead?
That's right. A witness must be a trusty guardian, ready to steer the child through the stormy waters of life and on to tranquility. Which is why I thought of you.
За честь.
It would be my honor.
Thank you, Clive.
So, if you will serve as mother and I as witness, who will take on the father's role?
Станет отцом.
I have a younger brother. He should be making ready for the rite as we speak, though whether he is or not. Let me introduce you.
Please do. If he's anything like his sister, I'm sure we'll get on famously.
I'll bid him come to the Witten Hall. Will you wait for us there?
Gladly.
За это 10 000 гилов дадут. Где? А, ну... В той комнате.
It is good to have her back.
Ну, давайте.
Clive, my brother.
If it isn't my old mate Sid!
Чего? Он?
So you do remember me, even stripped of my cunning disguise? I'm touched.
Ёпта за
You two
ногу.
know each other.
Конечно,
My
знакомы.
friends and I crossed paths with your brother on our hunt for the dusk crystals, during which we saved his life. 3 times, was it?
3, 4, who's counting? All I know is when Shula mentioned she'd called in Sid the Outlaw to help young Wallias, I could be sure that the little
Ну,
rascal was
теперь
in
понятно,
safe
как они
hands.
нашли
I mean,
нам и как
having seen you
отправили
in action
письмо.
back at the tower, I know exactly what you're capable of.
So the mercenary you met in the Sage Spire, that was Clive. And he saved your life. That's a rather different story from the one you told me. And a far likelier one at that. It would appear my family owe you twice over. Whether they admit it or
Забавно,
not.
получается, два
Honestly,
DLC эти
family,
связаны
would
друг
it
с
kill you to
другом.
tell the truth once in a while?
What?
А где
I
его,
said
кстати,
sorry,
двое
didn't I?
слуг-то? Куда они
How about we
делись-то?
save the recriminations until after the ceremony, eh?
Speaking of which, what does this ceremony involve exactly?
It's simple, really. We each say a short prayer and anoint the child's head with holy water.
Nothing too onerous, then?
Not about the rite itself, no. But it does call for some preparation. One of the witness's responsibilities is to collect the holy water, you see. 3 phials for the 3 ministrators, each taken from a particular place. Don't worry, though. It's not as if you have to go alone. I can show you the way.
I'd appreciate that.
Famiel, you stay here and ready the Witten Hall.
Leave it to me.
If there's anything Jill and I can do to assist you...
We'd be glad to help.
Thank you both.
Да уж, братишка.
All right then, let's get started, shall we? There are 3 types of holy water that we must collect. The water of the mountain, of the river, and of the sea. We take the water of the mountain from the spring atop Maiden's March. The water of the river from the course that flows through the ruins of Riversmeet. And the water of the sea from the shallows of Tailwind Bay. Here are the phials we'll be using in the ceremony. I'm ready to leave whenever you are.
А, вот теперь доступна та зона. Понятно, для чего эта хрень нужна была. Водички отлить, да?
We can collect the water of the river from here.
All right.
Забавный прикол, конечно.
The water of the river represents life. It is constantly moving, constantly changing. And though its course may twist and turn or branch into 1,000 separate streams, it always flows in the same direction, from source to sea, beginning to end.
Like time. What of Wallius, then? When your ancestors froze him, did they remove him from the River of Life?
They did. Like an ice-bound pool that didn't thaw for 80 summers. But now he's free to flow again, to live. And you and I shall flow with him, for we are all but drops of water in the great river of life.
I find that thought oddly reassuring.
Go on.
A drop of water might seem insignificant on its own, but as a part of a torrent, it can cleave a path through the hardest rock. It makes me believe we humans might just stand a chance.
I believe we might.
Давайте дальше.
Take care. And not to spill it.
О, блин, конечно, обязательно пролью.
Stay back! I'm warning you!
Someone's in trouble. Come on.
О, тот самый Перл. Ну ладно, второй раз дам ему пизды.
Help! What help? Nobody's coming to... Help?
А, так это эти два придурка, слуги этого, Фамила.
Keep its attention on us.
More than that.
Ассасины Фамила. Ну, судя по их поведению, это дурачки Фамила.
Is anyone hurt?
Oh, Sid! Thank all the clouds in the heavens you came.
Слава облакам, что
saved
прислали
us.
все.
Again!
Would you two care to explain what you're doing up here?
The chief sent us to fetch incense for the ceremony. So the Witten Hall smells nice for the little Ben.
You mean to tell me you braved this den of deadly beasts for some tree sap?
You don't have to do everything he says, you know.
Or if you must, at least have the good sense to ask one of our hunters
То
to
есть,
accompany
получается,
you.
они сначала
Sorry.
барыжили на континенте, а, ну, выезжали с этого острова, барыжить, а теперь полноценно живут. Ну да, они, в принципе, в том Деусе не говорили, откуда они.
Thanks and that.
Оказывается, они отсюда. Вот так прикол, не
Remind me
ожидал
to give my
такого
brother a cuff
сюрприза в
round the
конце
ear when we get
Деусе.
back.
Тем более, по сути, это в сайд-квесте.
Let's collect this water, shall we?
Да. Они, кстати, так и продолжают называть его главным.
The rain that falls on the mountain emerges here, in these springs.
The source of the river. The source of life.
Precisely. Just one more file.
Так, это вот сюда, да? Так, а здесь, а вот что вот тут в уголке в этом? Ну, просто интересно, да. Смотри. Ну, блин, какой-то бесполезный мусор был на самом деле. Ну ладно. Что теперь? Стоп, а как здесь... Здесь что ли нельзя подняться? Блин, а что с той стороны? Ладно, потом проверю. Не, ну вот этот пейзаж, конечно, красивый. А я что-то не могу понять. Мы же остановили Левиафана. Почему эта хрень до сих пор, ну, заморожена?
This path leads down to the coast. Usually we keep this gate shut tight, but since this is a special occasion... Thank the tides the weather held. This place can be treacherous when the waves are high. If it weren't for the holy water, no one would ever come down here.
I'll be sure to watch my step.
Water flows to the sea, then rises into the clouds. Just like life, the end is not the end, only a new beginning. My ancestors chose this place because it was where the first boat landed.
And it's a good thing they didn't land closer to the surge.
Quite.
То есть эта зона тупо для этого сайд-квеста, да?
The water of the sea.
Высота, кстати, большая там.
I still can't help but be awed by it.
Не про эту поляну.
All that wave ever made me feel was pity and sorrow for the innocent life trapped inside it.
Ну
The
так-то и это
child my
место
great-grandfather
красивое.
sacrificed to try to
Этим,
change
наверное,
his
не
people's
поспоришь.
fate. It was wrong. An
Кстати,
unforgivable sin.
волны как-то реалистично прям здесь,
But I often wonder,
ну, двигаются.
will my descendants ever forgive me for what I have done? As tributary, I've faced many difficult choices. And though I've always striven to do what's best for my people, here we live in poverty, hidden away from the world. So have my choices denied them a better life, just as my ancestors denied Walyas his.
Там была такая горная тропинка.
You would not forcibly sacrifice one of your people to save the others. You do the best you can for all of them, as do I. We share in their woes, just as we share in their joys. And the most we can do is try to bring them more of the latter.
Aye, you're right. And try I shall, to bring all of my people a better tomorrow. Walius included.
Then I wish you luck. If my time with the boy is any indication, he's going to be quite a handful.
Then we must start as we mean to go on, and give him the very best welcome we can.
Where to next, then?
Back to the village, to find out if my brother has made the necessary preparations, or got his keys to do it for him.
Да, Графоний добротный. Можно назвать, в принципе, это полноценный.
Is everything else in place?
All ready to go. Told you could count on me.
Then let us begin. Famiel, have your men summon everyone to the Witten Hall.
Right you are.
Shula, wait. I don't know the words.
Don't worry. There aren't many of them. We'll have time enough to practice before people arrive.
У Валета на голове татуировка чем-то напоминает мне аватар, как там они, хроники Абанги, да?
My friends, we are gathered here today to welcome this child into our community by the rite of immersion, as has been our custom since the first reign. As tributary, I would normally perform the rite with the child's parents, but Walius's mother and father returned to the sea long ago. So I and my brother Famiel shall serve as his family, while the one who returned him to us shall bear witness in my stead. Clive, if you would step forward.
А здесь и пришлось помучиться на этом Левиафане. Ну, я так понимаю, сейчас последний квест с этим царем Тонбери остался.
Like the rain that falls on the mountains tall, are we born.
Like the river that flows through the valleys below, do we live.
Like the boundless sea, where the currents run free, do we die, and to the clouds then rise again.
Надо же, разрабы не поленились даже такую длинную катсцену для этого
The
сайд-квеста
circle
отснять.
of water is the circle of life. And today, from the heavens falls rain anew. This child, Walius, now joins our stream, and he shall flow with us from the mountains to the sea. You played your part to a T, Clive. Thank you. It means a lot to us.
I was honored to be asked. And terrified I'd miss.
Now that you're part of the family, young Walyas, my lad, Uncle Samuel can teach you the ways of the world.
Oh no, he can't.
Eh?
Don't be so hasty. Your brother's knack for self-preservation might serve him well.
Ha! You are never going to let me live that down, are you?
I'm gonna raise Walyas as if he were my own. Teach him everything I know about life, our people, and our past. But with all the mother crystals gone, he will grow up in a world without comforts. One where we only have ourselves and each other to rely on.
I'd say your people are better prepared than most to survive in such a world, Shula. To thrive, indeed, under your guidance.
Only if nature continues to smile on us. If we were to lose her gifts, we'd be left with nothing at all.
Yes. But it needn't come to that. Not if we can stop the spread of the Blight. So long as we can save a single patch of soil, we can plant the seeds for a new world. One where we can all be free.
Perhaps then we might finally be able to step out from behind our curtain, eh? Till that day comes, I wish you good tide.
Thank you. We should be on our way.
Well, you be careful out there.
Aye, you steer clear of trouble now.
Likewise.
До жизни. Я почти 51 уровень. Чё, талисман первого дождя? О, так это коллектабл предмет. Блин, ну ладно. Так, ну чё, царя Тонбери надо теперь.
We must be the first outsiders to have witnessed that rite in over a century.
Walyas has been waiting for it for nearly as long. He seemed pleased to be finally rejoining the family.
Now all we have to do is save that family. To change our river's course.
Чё закрылись они? Откройте странную дверь. А, вот они, братишки.
Founder, they're almost at the gate. But they won't be coming any closer.
Ну, блин, давайте-ка вот так вот. Пиздец вам, ребята. Сжег их. Сначала заморозил, потом сжег. Ну, что-то Тонбери здесь реально какие-то слабаки. Наверное, это из-за того, что я за одного персонажа играю, то есть беспартийная игра.
Clive, are you all right?
Это получается, они от них закрылись, да?
Fine. We've taken care of the immediate threat.
Thank the tides. I was worried I was going to lose you both. Talor, he took a sudden turn for the worse just after you left.
What? Is he?
No, he's hanging on. I fear the Tombury King may have begun the cursing ritual again. In earnest this time. And I can't imagine their being here as a coincidence. I think it might be happening on this very mountain.
If it is, it won't be for long. Get back to Talor. I'm going up.
My thanks. I shall pray for both of you.
Гора, туда подняться, обратно что ли надо? А, так вот оно, теперь открылось это место. Все ясно, в прошлый раз там...
Let's go. More of them.
Братишки.
Come on then. I crave an audience with your king.
Что-то их тут прям много. И все 51 уровня.
Another group. They don't look very regal.
Да, кстати, вот тоже прикольный пейзаж. Но, судя по всему, на этом острове густой лес. О, еще и братки. Томбери Проныра.
Still no sign of the king. Could find it have been wrong.
Царя нигде нет. Ох, ёпта, сколько их тут.
There's dozens of them. The king must be close.
Нормальная цунами их всех
That's a
сняла.
lot of Tombres.
Делать скриншоты и обмазываться ими.
Looks like that's the last of them. Out here anyway. But beastmen do like dark places. I can walk from here.
В пещеру она не может зайти. Обидно. А вот и браток.
Well, I'll be damned.
Провалиться. Ну, он прям высокий, да? Браток. Корона на голове, ну реально царь. Не, ну здесь они, конечно, прям реалистичные такие модельки у них. Не мультяшные, как ну, в предыдущих играх. Царь Тонбери. Не, ну, судя по его клинку, реальный царь.
It even has a crown. Sorry, Your Majesty, but your reign ends here. Get him!
А что он телепортировался? О, братков позвал. Ой-ой-ой, почти руки. Да, еще, блин. Это получается все-таки недовольство наносит. Ни хрена себе. Лишение души. Ты уже. О, наконец-то. Ну, мелкие, конечно, немного потрепали меня, но сам он не такой уж и крутой. У него там была способность, которая, сколько мне она, 60% где-то снесла. Так-то он не такой уж и крутой.
It's done. Which means the curse should be broken. Let's see how Talor's doing.
Clive! Is it done then?
It is. I was going to ask if there had been any change in Talor's condition, but judging by that smile on your face, I think I already know the answer.
You do? Talor! He's back!
Thank you, my lord. I can never repay you for everything you've done for me. I owe you my life.
I'm just glad the curse is lifted.
Получается, здесь Тонбери, ну, что-то типа рыбы, культисты, наверное, так. Да.
What made you seek the Tombury's help in the first place?
Ну, им тут какой-то лор даже придумали.
You deserve to know.
Ну, сектанты
Years ago now,
рыбные,
back in my
да,
trading
такие.
days, the sons of Igre arrested me
Вообще,
in
обычно
Oriflamme.
это
Chained me up
безорный
in a
монстр,
lightless cell
так
with
чисто
a great
колесит и
sword hung
забегает.
over my head, ready to fall if I didn't confess. Though they never said to what. I didn't, of course. So eventually they just let me go. And I never told a soul. Tried to forget it ever happened. But then you came along and the sight of your sword brought it all flooding back. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't hardly breathe, and I thought that if I gave my old chain to the Tomburys, maybe they could take all that pain away. All that anger. But it only made it worse.
Oriflamme has fallen. And the men who tortured you likely fell with it.
If only I'd known, I might have spared everyone a lot of trouble. I'd convinced myself that you were like them, that all outsiders were the same, but you're not. Far from it. Thank you, son. Thank you.
Ну вот и все, последний сайд-квест выполнен. Сейчас надо посмотреть, что там на северной части находится этой карты. Я ж так и не посмотрел, что там. Получается, надо с другой стороны зайти туда.
Clive, there's something I need to tell you. After we parted ways on the path to the cloak, I went straight back to Talor and explained to him what you were doing on his behalf. And just like that, his pain began to fade.
What do you mean? Just like that? The Tombury King would have still been alive. I had to contend with dozens of his minions before I found him.
Then
со всеми
perhaps one of them warned him of your coming and he broke off his ritual. Or perhaps Perhaps knowing that an outsider was fighting for him was what lifted the weight from Talor's heart. I know from experience that many illnesses are not wholly physical, but of the spirit, at least in part.
Was there ever really a curse then? Or was Talor simply suffering from the pain of his memories? And the guilt of what he'd done? For all the difference it makes.
Получается, на этом острове, ну вот этот царь Тонбери и Талаос, такие основные противники, ну в открытой локации, да? Ну еще этот Гивер был, ну это полная хрень. Это
I'll be sure to tell my healer friend when I get home.
Царство боли. А чё, я так и не стал 51 уровнем, да? Там чуть-чуть осталось.
Yes?
Так, а чё тут скрафтить можно? Нет? А, перит не хватает. Ну эти мечи, конечно, беспонтовые. Чё, не добраться и 2 штуки?
Till next time, then.
Сюда.
Come on.
Fly, Ambrosia. Be safe.
This is the mineral Pavar was talking about. The one that rings out like a bell.
Это что, типа сокровище? Вообще, блин, ну неужели ничего нет в этом пятаке? Ой, ёпта, понятно, что тут. Испытание. Челлендж. А тут что? О, качок мой. С ноги снес стену, да? Понятно. Ну, попробуем, что. Испытание Левиафана. Правда, я не все способности опробовал за него, только стрельбу, ну и вот этих пузырьки. Ладно, попробуем еще. супер. Ёпта, я его расстреливаю тупо. Ладно. 3 минуты. Бонус. Окей. Пойдет. Может, с первого раза получится. Ну, я, конечно, так и не понял, как правильно эти пузырьки-то юзать. Получается, надо в толпу скопить противника, ну и тогда нажать. Так, а вот это что такое? Вот сфера какая-то над головой. И чё? Герой медленно открывает врата в темные глубины моря. Так, а это... А, ну это те же пузырьки, все. Ого! А что такое-то? А, вон как поливать. Ёлки-палки, это реально, блин, ганплеер за Данте. Ну, блин, ну, ёпта. Неожиданно. Over. Ну, судя по тому, что у меня уже почти 6 минут, я все четко делаю. А, ну опять эта сфера, и получается цунами. Цунами, да. Я себе... Что-то как-то прям вообще легко дается. Ну, по крайней мере, не придется дрочиться, как это вчера было с Гарудой. Это мне только босс-файт остался. Ну и на этом спасибо, да? Ёб вашу мать, блять, этот бегемот. Да ну нахуй, тебя тут не хватало. Мне вообще 7 минут хватит на него-то? Так как хи способности цунами и потоп, да? То есть стрельба. Так, ладно, окей. Он уже метеорит достает. Быстро. вообще изи. А чё так легко? Прикольно. И я 51 уровень, да? Не знаю, может я потому что я прокачался, что так легко дается. Ладно, похрен. Ну, главное, что с первого раза удалось мне. Я думал, долго буду драться с этим бегемотом, а оно оказалось вон как. За минуту его обкатал. Так, ну все, больше здесь делать нечего. Вроде я все тут необходимое купил, ленточки и прочую хрень. Только вот кузнец что-то не светился.
You don't reckon Shula's thinking of just...
What is it you want?
Не знаю, что у него тут. Не добраться и... Не добраться и две штуки. Что такое не добраться, а? Короче, мусор всякие тут.
Ah, Clive. What do I do? No, not that I bear a... So do... Well...
Ох, как же давно не было таких текстовых диалогов в финалке.
You understand what I'm saying, though. Anyway... What more is there to know? Luckily, you see... But then Drake's tail fell. Mind how you go, and remember, our work mining the dust.
This is all we have.
Браслет. А вот ленточка появилась.
May it serve you well.
Well, if you're sure you need it.
May it serve you well.
Давайте вернемся в убежище. А чё эта хрень светится?
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. Let's stock up one. And how were you gonna carry all that? Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
А это мне Шула прислала письмо. Ну ладно, это потом прочитаю. Да, ну монстры сколько там? 14, да, их осталось. Ну, я думаю, если по гайду, может завтра реально по гайду находить их на карте, не самому искать. Если по гайдам, что там, блин, буквально 5 минут бой с ними, за час можно их всех уработать. Просто я хотел меч Гибель Богов получить, он как раз для ачивки нужен там. А чтобы его получить, нужен, ну, расходники с них выбить. Так, а что у него есть еще?
Good morrow to you, my friend.
Чё ж перемудриться?
In short,
А, это про этот, понятно, про Омегу. Знание об Луне.
you wish to study the tomes? You are always welcome,
Как
Clive.
светится камень-то этот? Просто режим, ладно, это выйти. Че, новые параметры упражнений? Ну, это, конечно, занятно, но нет. А я что-то ничего не могу понять. А что за врата Кайроса? Что такое это здесь? Надо завалить ультиму, чтобы оно открылось.
Back again? Allow me to educate you.
Встреча с волной, ну это понятно, о чем.
One must understand one's place in the world. Very good.
Сколько тут этих бомжей еще раз. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, да. 15 бомжей. Ну, если с каждым бой будет по 5 минут длиться, то... Ну, это ни о чем. Ладно, ну чё, на сегодня все, Роман, а то я что-то прям даже задержался сегодня надолго.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
Завтра бомжей ловлю всех, по гайду буду бегать,
Come again.
чтобы долго
I
их
may have
не
more for
искать.
ya.
Ну и ультима, все. И будет игра на 100% пройдена. Так, способности. Что бы прокачать-то? Ну давайте вот это до конца уже прокачаем. Это что, у меня прокачан только Феникс полностью, вот эти основные параметры. Ну я Титана, в принципе, в основном прокачивал, да. Блять, на него даже не хватает, сука. Ну, эти все штуки придется докупать уже в новой игре плюс. Ну, я Шиву практически прокачал еще. Получается, Шива и Феникс прокачаны у меня почти полностью. Завтра где-то, да, также в 19 по Москве начну и... Ну и закончу. Чё. Там есть что-нибудь вообще еще? Может, я что упустил? Нет? Так-то Хелен пустой. Да, до завтра. Не, здесь больше ничего нет, все пусто. Все закрыто. Ну, я думаю, завтра будет эпичный файт с Ультимой. Уж все-таки он финальный босс. Ладно, пока-пока, Роман. Спокойной ночи. Фух.